Welcome everybody. Welcome. Sorry, I did a whole bunch of random shit for this stream. Music. Get rid of the starting soon. Welcome. Happy New Year. Probably to some people. Not everybody just yet. I am on the West Coast, so we got 4 hours. So we will be celebrating in Pacific time. Some other people may probably drop in to say Happy New Year at some point earlier than us, like anybody that's in the on the East Coast or other places where it probably already is tomorrow. Did you hear there's a secret ending for Dispatch that no one got? Wait, really? What do you have to do? What do you have to do to get that ending? Or is this just people trolling? Because I feel like it could absolutely be people trolling. But yeah, let me get rid of that screen. But yeah, Happy New Year to everybody. Happy impending New Year to everybody. I don't know, they found it through data mining? Is it put up anywhere? Hey, Cryptic. Welcome, everybody. I'm gonna Google that really quickly. Just had to tell me that. You just had to mention that. Let's see here. You have to get 100% success rate on all tasks or extreme failures. Well, some speculate it might involve deep lore like Robert's celibacy or be bugged. What? So people still haven't really figured it out yet. Okay. It's called the Robert Tactician ending. What would be hilarious is if one of the requirements was you couldn't romance anybody. Because remember when we did that, we were only 4% of the people that played that didn't romance anyone. So that would be really funny if you just, nope. Keep your hands to yourself. No touchy. Impending is such an ominous word. Is it? Impending is... I mean, I guess it could be ominous. But anyway, we're going to have some fun tonight. We're going to take a look back at all the games we played this past year. There's quite a few of them. And thanks to Joe Crazyface, we have a lovely tier list for our bad movie night movies. So we can also look back at those. Actually, let's do that first.
Happy New Year.
Oh shit. Thank you, Cryptic, for the sub, the resub. Is forthcoming better? Is forthcoming better? Why does impending sound bad? Oh, okay. Well, anyway, so we're gonna have some tier lists tonight. We're gonna have a tier list for the games we played, and we're gonna kind of briefly talk about the games we played and how we felt about them and whether maybe feelings have changed since we played them. And of course, I have the long-awaited... I want to do a Dispatch tier list because I totally didn't do one when we beat it. I think because it was pretty late when I finally beat the game for that second stream, and I want to do one for those guys. I mean, that is the absolute game where you need a tier list. No one uses it without the word doom following it. Impending doom? Impending lots of stuff. Anyway, I'm gonna get a drink real quick. Since I don't want to be drinking on stream, I have the lovely, always reliable Martinelli's sparkling cider. This shit is cold in my hand. Let me open it up real quick. Please don't explode on my desk. They don't include the caps anymore. I remember in my day, they used to have like a little white plastic cap that you could use to reseal it. Now it's just the metal cap, the bottle cap. And also, I'm ghetto as fuck, and I forgot that I don't have any wine glasses, so I'm just gonna pour it into this glass. See here, because that's how we're gonna roll tonight. Ah, yes. An excellent year. Cheers! I have some sipping broth, because it's cold in my house and I want soup all the time. Sipping broth. Is it any different than just like warming up like chicken broth and drinking it? Is it good for you? Oh, that's so good. All right. You season it. So it's more savory then, instead of having like a cider or something like that. Oh, speaking of unusual, if anybody like me likes sour candy, but you're trying to be healthy, I saw this random subreddit post, and I tried it, where you just get chopped fruit or berries or whatever, and you can buy citric acid on Amazon. Make sure it's the food grade citric acid, because there's different kinds. If you sprinkle a little bit of it on cut fruit, it is fucking delicious. But only if you like sour stuff, because it is also very sour. This is incredibly sour. But the natural sweetness of the fruit, because I had some like melon and watermelon slices and stuff with the citric acid on top, and it's so good. Because I was just eating like a ton of sour Skittles, and I was like, that's not good. I'm gonna give myself like type 2 diabetes or something. So I was trying to switch to something a little healthier. It's really good. What? Why is that weird? I needed the creep away emote. I use citric acid to keep my coffee maker on its best behavior. What's crazy to me is how useful it is in completely different scenarios, okay? Hey, Hellraiser. I mean, the fact that you could eat it, but it also serves as ways to clean your house. Oh, you don't like sour? Well, that's why I had to say you have to like sour candy, obviously, because it is pretty damn sour, and it has a little extra like staying power in your mouth compared to like a regular like sour candy. Like it stayed sour for a minute, and I was like, oh, this is great because I like that. Anyway, so we got some fun stuff tonight. Because we have so many games to talk about, we should probably front load the lovely tier list for the bad movie night movies that we watched, which are surprisingly varied when I'm actually looking at the full list. So let's switch over to that. All right. We're checking out, look at all these movies we saw this year. So many movies. Many very different movies. Very different quality movies. Joe has helpfully made a couple different categories. Obviously, at the top, perfect, no notes, then solid, then better than I expected to remember, then bad but entertaining, which I think probably a lot of these will fit into. Then an attempt was made. And this gets progressively worse. Then what is this? Then worse than I expected, remembered, and then technically a movie, and it's bad, and I feel bad. So we have some, you know, no explanation needed categories here for tonight. Citric acid is sour as shit, but yeah, if you and also the thing is like, you don't want to overdo it with citric acid because, first of all, too much of it and you start like eroding your tooth enamel. But also you'll give yourself like a stomach ache. So, you know, in the right pinches on your chopped up fruit, it's like super good. This isn't going to start chat wars. You know what? Maybe we'll be surprised. Maybe a lot of people will really agree. Yeah, if you want to play along with your own alignments, Joe has posted the link for this particular tier list. Very helpfully, thank you. Oh god, you started with Blood Rain on this thing. Okay, look. I don't think it's weird to say that Blood Rain is like the worst thing we watched. But not because like it's disgusting or like crazy or whatever. It just sucks. It was just boring. We were all getting bored. There's like no redeeming. Usually even in some of the ones that are slightly more boring, there's some kind of redeeming quality. I think this one absolutely deserves the bottom. And that's probably not even like a debate with people. So that one's pretty self-explanatory, I think. Double Dragon was the nice surprise. Let's see, what was it again? better than I haven't seen it before, so I can't put it in here. It is technically bad, but it's really entertaining. But I feel like this is kind of low. Like, I actually legit enjoyed Double Dragon quite a bit. I wouldn't say perfect, no notes. But I guess we would say either solid or bad but entertaining. I guess, you know what? It would technically be bad but entertaining because, like, I'm sure if any normal person was watching this movie, they might not say it was solid. It says better than expected. Oh, okay. So it doesn't have to be also remember. You know what? In that case, I think I could put that in that category. Split the difference. Yeah, Double Dragon was a very pleasant surprise. I was expecting like Street Fighter level content, and I think it actually was better than Street Fighter, honestly. Oh god, the 2000 Dungeons and Dragons movie with oh my god, why am I blanking on his name again? His Scar from Lion King. This one I think is also just bad. I mean, or it's technically a movie. I don't know, like, we still laughed at some stuff in this. And there were some characters that were super chewing the scenery, you know? Like the antagonists, the two antagonists, basically. So it's like, I feel like they were the saving grace of this movie for the most part. It's still not a good movie, but I still think it's like better than Blood Rain was. Oh, Nick Fury. Dude, you know, I barely remember watching this thing. This is basically a TV movie for Nick Fury, but it had David Hasselhoff in it, right? I almost want to say like it's bad and I feel bad, but I don't know if it's that terrible. It had some funny bits, but it also had like a lot of eye roll inducing shit, because it's like he's supposed to be some badass that everybody wishes they were, and I was like, I'm not really feeling it. I think for now I would place it in technically a movie. It's not worse than I expected, because I was expecting this was going to be kind of shit, but oh my god. The Captain America movie. I want to say, what is this? Because remember, this was the movie where not once, but I think at least twice, he steals somebody's car by pretending that he's going to be ill. And then when they step out of the car and the poor person that was driving checks on him to make sure he's okay, he runs back into the car and drives away and leaves them on the road. It was like, why the fuck is Captain America doing that? Plus, for some reason, he had fake ears on the outside of his little cowl thing, which is a really weird design choice. I don't know why. Why? Yeah, the movie was very weird, so I feel like not even an attempt was made. I'm just gonna say, what is this to the Captain America movie? Fantastic Four. This again was the Roger Corman movie that was pretty much made just so, was it Fox? One of the companies could retain the rights for Fantastic Four, because a movie was technically made, but I actually had a good time watching it. So I kind of almost think it's bad but entertaining. They did what they had to do. Everybody was kind of, you know, who their character was. Nobody was like super out of character. They tried decently hard with the low budget they had and the special effects they did. The guy that was Doom had the most hilarious, like, he did crazy acting with his hands. Yeah, his hand acting was so fucking bizarre. But it's like, everybody gave like 110%. The only thing that was weird was the strange age gap between Reed and Sue, because Sue initially had a thing for him when she looked like she was a teenager, and he looked like he was already like in his late 20s. I was like, no, this is troubling me a lot. And then they never really dealt with that. Alicia was like, she was kind of weird in that movie too, because you know she ends up with like the Thing, or at least in the comics. But yeah, I thought, you know, decent job, honestly. The Guyver. Now, I'm kind of split on the two different Guyvers. I think, unfortunately for Mark Hamill, I don't think the first one is nearly as good as the second one. The second one is actually pretty solid. I would say the second one was actually kind of better than I expected. Better than I remember, not expected, sorry. Because I had seen it before, like, years ago. And I think this was around the time, like, I was playing, what, like, Metal Gear Solid 1 or 2? Like, way back. Anyway, it's pretty good. The choreography feels a little Power Ranger-y, but it's very, like, fun and active. And the suits are interesting for the monsters. The Zoanoids or whatever they're called. And the Guyver suit itself is really fucking cool. I never watched the anime. I didn't read the manga. I know what the Guyver is. And I know it's not just one Guyver either. There's usually multiple ones of them. But I always thought the design was really cool looking. Because he's really sleek and aerodynamic. And then he's got the little, like, every time he, like, kills somebody, he releases, like, the steam out of the little jets in his, like, chin. It's like some badass. So I think Guyver 2 is certainly better than I remember. But Guyver 1 is like... I feel like an attempt was made. There's some interesting concepts in there, especially for, you know, a Western audience to watch. But not all of it lands. The guy they picked for this main Guyver character was really forgettable and boring. Obviously, David Hayter did a better job as the main character in this one. I might be a little bit biased because it's David Hayter, okay? But I think that's kind of fair. Also, look at this bullshit where they have half of Mark Hamill's face as the Guyver when it clearly he was just like the friend of the Guyver. That was some like bullshit advertising, I thought. Like, if you can't afford for him to be like actually the Guyver, don't be sticking him on the box. Steel. Steel was so silly. You know what? I would say bad but entertaining. I'm sure some of you guys think it actually should be up here. I still think it's kind of bad though. This is my own problem because it's like it's not that great. It's fun and like some of the things are so ridiculous that they're entertaining. Like, remember his friend that we were saying like, oh, they're not allowed to like be romantic in this movie for some reason. But that girlfriend of his, where like clearly there was something that was supposed to be going on, but then nothing went on. And then she got crippled and then she made like a wheelchair that had like rockets that came out of it. Like they did some crazy, oh yeah, and then Shaft was in the movie. So there was some fun things. Oh god, what's her name? Sparky? Jesus Christ. I don't know if Mark Hamill is in my movie. He's going, yeah, he's going to be on the promo even if he's in my... That's what they did. They wanted as many people to see the Guyver as possible, I'm sure. So they just lied a little bit with the cover art. But it was still entertaining. I feel like this middle, the yellow category is still, like, not bad. Oh god, Superman 3 was really bad. I feel like Superman 3 was worse than I expected. This shit was like off the rails. Richard Pryor as a hacker genius, and then for some reason just having Superman split into two personalities where he was just like an asshole, which on its own is kind of an interesting concept because you almost never get to play around with him being like the bad guy, but it's so short-lived in the movie. And then so many other things just don't make sense. They also have a guy that's pretty clearly supposed to be like discount Lex Luthor, but he's so shit. And his little cronies and stuff were kind of like, you know, when Gene Hackman had the cronies in the earlier Superman movies, but not as good. So I feel like this is worse. I was hoping, because I love Christopher Reeves, that it would be like better, but it just wasn't. And I almost feel like he just did this out of like, not out of obligation, because I know he loved playing Superman. But I feel like this is when you're starting to see the cracks show, you know? Like, he still did another one after this. Was it Quest for Power or whatever? The one where there's like a second Superman guy that's made and they fight. I heard that one's even worse somehow. Oh god, do we watch that on Best... I was gonna say Best of the Worst on Bad Movie Night? I don't know if I want to put myself through another one again. I'll think about it. Oh yeah, Mortal Kombat is fucking great. I actually think it was better than I remember. I've seen it once before. I think most people have. But I was very entertained the whole time. We were like, cheer, like Johnny Cage is the fucking MVP of that movie. He just kept taking down everybody. Meanwhile, like Liu Kang kind of sucked, even though he had an amazing mane of hair. And everybody else was like really entertaining. Shang Tsung, rest in peace, Kerry Takagawa. Fuck, what was his last name? He just died recently, which is super sad. Best Shang Tsung ever. It's absolutely goated, yes. So it's better than I remember. Good job, Mortal Kombat. Street Fighter! I feel like normally I would put it here, but Raul Julia, he manages to keep it in here. Because every time Raul Julia is on the screen, it's fucking great. He made a Bison that, remember when we were talking about the new cast for that, the upcoming the upcoming Street Fighter movie, and that dude, I forgot the name of the actor, that guy they picked for Bison, it's like, what are you doing with that pick? But Raul Julia made that movie watchable. He was the only good, memorable part. Everything else, like the two guys, the Ken and Ryu characters just sucked. And they were also like introduced as like con artists or something initially, which is like, what? Why are you doing that with these characters? Cammy being Kylie Minogue was kind of funny, and I had forgotten about that. And Van Damme as like the most American dude Guile ever was such a weird pick. But I mean, I get why they picked him because, you know, it's Van Damme. Zangief, yes. Zangief also, you're right. The Zangief guy was legitimately funny. You know, when they're seeing on the monitor, the shit's gonna crash into them, and he's like, quick, turn off the television. Like, his comedic timing was actually really fucking good. Still the best live action. You know what? That is true, Red Jack. Also because we haven't had a lot of Chun-Li's and live action ones, and the ones we have been dog shit. I mean, I know people love what's her face, Kristen Krick, the one that was in Smallville as Chun-Li, but like she just doesn't feel like Chun-Li to me. So that was such a weird casting choice. We haven't seen that on the stream, but I've seen like bits, like little clips and stuff of her, and it's like it feels like a CW version of like a Street Fighter movie. But Ming-Na Wen was a pretty good Chun-Li, honestly. G-Savior! I don't know. I actually don't really remember much of this. The Gundam, the live-action Gundam movie. Did weird things happen? Or was it just kind of technically a movie? Like, it wasn't bad and I feel bad. Oh yeah, it's probably Silent Hill. What I did for our playlist for tonight is I picked a track or two from every game I played this year and did a mishmash playlist. So you'll probably hear some stuff that you recall. It existed, yeah. Casting David Dalmastian for the new one gave me the same feeling when I heard Johnny Depp was playing Willy Wonka. Gene Wilder's, yeah. Wait, is that his name? David Dalmastian. He's one of those actors where it's like, I know him by face, but every time someone tells me his name, I never remember it. I don't know why. G-Savior was an interesting attempt. I think it's also kind of an interesting attempt by Bandai or whoever it was at the time to get Gundam for not just Japanese audiences, but like Western audiences and stuff as well, because I think this might be the only live action movie that was made and also in English. They've just done lots of 3D animated stuff since then, movies and stuff. Wasn't there some rumbling that they are trying to do another Gundam movie? I mean, everything's in pre-production these days, right? You got Mass Effect. I think they're going to do Halo again. Gundam. at several points they were trying to do Evangelion live action, because I remember like Weta had done a bunch of like concept stuff for it, but I guess that fell through. So maybe nowadays if they made a Gundam it would be good, but who knows. Oh, Robot Jox. I liked Robot Jox a lot. Crash and burn. I think Robot Jox is surprisingly solid. It had cool like effects for like the mechs, because remember this was in like what, like early 80s or 70s. Has a lot of memorable moments, really silly shit that happens. Oh, 90? Okay. But still, like, it was from a time where it's like we hadn't been inundated with tons of CG and stuff yet. So like is this Stuart Gordon, right? A lot of very memorable stuff, very memeable. Halo has to be dead by now. I don't know. You would think it would be, and then something usually comes along and says, "Oh wait, it's not dead yet." Robot Jox actually has plot that informs action. Yes. Some of these other ones, it's like just stuff happens. Often when just stuff happens is when I don't remember whatever the plot was. Like the Nick Fury thing, I honest to God don't remember what the main plot was for that. Blood Rain, who knows? I do remember Ben Kingsley was in it and he was really creepy. But you know, oh God, Dick Tracy. Dick Tracy. I think bad but entertaining, because I remember saying so many times, yeah, I'm not gonna say it's better than I remembered, because it's about the same as I remembered, but it has such an interesting visual to it. They really went like, we want this to look like it is straight out of the pages of a comic. Really extreme colors everywhere. Not afraid to use tons of like stylized matte paintings for backgrounds of the city. Just everybody wearing like very vibrant colors. The bad guys looking like cartoon characters with all their crazy prosthetic like stuff on their faces to shape their heads into like all kinds of crazy shit. Yeah, they gave it a shot. I respect. I don't know what the hell he's been trying to do with the property since then, but I feel bad for how it didn't catch on, but how clearly passionate he was about the property. So not too shabby, Warren Beatty. Last Action Hero, I think, was better than I remember. I love Last Action Hero. I don't remember thinking much at all of it, like forever ago when I had seen the trailers when it was like in theaters. And watching it as an adult, I really appreciate the meta, kind of self-referential stuff that they have about films, about the movies at the time. You know what? Is it too weird to say perfect no notes? This might be a perfect no notes. Because I'm thinking about like who they cast is great, what they had happen was perfect, exactly what you'd expect. The silly one-liners that kind of worked with his character type and the situations were like, it was the perfect take on an action movie that didn't take itself like too seriously. All of that, plus it was it was fun to watch. It was absolutely fun. This, I think, is our first perfect one. I'd had a previous rewatch a few years prior that lifted it, and our watch even brought it above that. Yes. Good job, Last Action Hero. Too bad for Arnold Schwarzenegger, though, because it's like, at the time, the reviewers, like, I don't think they got it. I don't think that they saw, like, what they were trying to do, and the reviews were not great. You missed the rewatch? Ah. Like I mentioned, I might try to do some sort of, again, I have to reconvert all these things to smaller file sizes, but I might see if I can reconvert these to smaller file sizes to put on Patreon. So like for super cheap, like maybe $1 or something on Patreon, you'll have access to like the entire library of the Bad Movie Night movies, the streams, for anybody that ever missed them. Because I have them all on my computer. I've saved all the streams. The Phantom. See, we saw The Phantom the same night we saw The Shadow. I apologize for the It's you know, I'll say an attempt was made. We clearly understood like what they were trying to do in the movie. Yeah, the poster says slam evil. They were trying to get a lot of interest and hype for a dude that's wearing purple spandex and runs through the forest. You know, like they were already handicapped from the start. You know, they're working not from zero but from below zero, trying to work themselves up. Yeah, the purple is hard to get over, but it's very like old school comic shit. And I don't think it was shot as interestingly as as The Shadow. The Shadow, conversely, was very perfect for the kind of thing that it was. I think it was better than I remember. And it was better when we watched it in black and white. That's kind of cheating, yes, but I think it's a testament to their cinematography that it looked so good still in black and white. Because not all movies, if you just take away the color, sometimes they just kind of look like mush. But The Shadow looked significantly better in black and white, which makes me wonder if at some point when they were making the movie, they might have considered, because it's such an old property, like, could we get away with doing this in black and white? Like, I don't know if a question came up at some point in the production for that, but I wouldn't doubt it. I saw Tekken and remembered I hate it. Dude, where is Tekken? When we get to Tekken, that's going to be the other one that's down at the bottom. I can tell you that right now. Mortal Kombat Annihilation was what is this? It's either what is this or worse than I expected, because the first one was so good. And the second one, they killed off Johnny Cage like right at the beginning of the movie. For no reason. I guess they didn't want to pay the guy more or something. That's usually what happens. Maybe I'll say worse, because it really was around the Superman 3 level of like shit. Which is too bad, because like some of the same people did come back, but it just did not have the same, like, it wasn't adorable the way that the first one was. Like, it's almost like a charm in how ridiculous the first one was, and that was not present in the second one, except for that that one memeable quote where it was what's her face, the mom was like, "Too bad you will die." That's like delivered in possibly the worst way possible. I need to know all the behind the scenes BS that happened with that movie. It didn't even have the same director. Something happened, because like the first one did well from what I remember. Oh, Sindel. Yeah. Sindel's actress, we saw her again in something else, right? And I was like, oh god. She came back from Mortal Kombat, just haunting us. Tekken is shit. I don't even think we need to talk about that. I think some of the characters, like, they were basically cosplayers. The worst part, though, was that the main character, Jin, didn't fucking look like Jin at all. Didn't bother trying to do the hair, or maybe his hair couldn't do that or something. Didn't look like the right body type. Was not a very charismatic actor. This is kind of shit. I was hoping it would at least be, like, funny. But it wasn't. It was also kind of boring. Dragon Ball Evolution is a what is this? Now, at least Dragon Ball, I remember laughing at some shit because I couldn't believe they were doing some of the stuff they did. Poor, what's his face? James Marsters or whatever as Piccolo. From what I remember reading, he really loved like Dragon Ball, and he was so excited to be to be Piccolo that he took it so seriously, and it was so terrible. So I feel bad for him. And having fucking Chow Yun-Fat as Master Roshi, what? I don't know. The whole thing was silly. The main guy didn't look like Goku. It looked like a guy who was like in late high school that like was a Dragon Ball fan and just like spiked his hair poorly. So I'm Goku. It didn't work for me at all. He later on played a main villain in Dragon Ball Super. Oh, like a voice? I mean, that's nice if he got a little redemption arc for what happened. Evolution was also far from anything I loved. Yeah, it didn't take anything seriously. It adapted things in really weird directions, honestly. Yeah. Less said about that. Oh god, the Mario Brothers movie. You know, I will give the Mario movie credit for trying some really wacky shit. Because none of it really resembled the games, and yet somebody had like a vision. It has such a distinct, strange vibe. The way the Goombas look, and like Yoshi's technically in it. Dennis Hopper as Koopa, you know, like I would say an attempt was made. It's almost what is this? But it actually does feel like somebody at some point was really trying to do something different. Not something you should do with Super Mario, but like I almost have to give them a little credit for that. Whatever Game of Telephone gave us at that movie. Yeah, it was enjoyable in how strange it was. Big Bertha being that big black lady that was smooching on Mario a lot. Like, that tiny bob that they wound up that made everybody freak out. Like, there's so many strange choices in that movie. Yeah, this one kind of feels like it could slip around a little bit, honestly. But I would say an attempt was made. Oh, The Happening. I think I remember, I recall laughing a lot at this. Is that accurate? I would say bad but entertaining because Marky Mark was like the worst fucking actor. And the concept of what was killing them was so fucking ridiculous. Remember when they meet up with that old couple that has the farm or whatever, and I totally thought it was going to go in a different direction because the guy like understood that plants were mad at us and stuff. I was like, oh god. It was entertaining, but it's bad. It's really bad. And then Zooey Deschanel, who I don't think is a great actress normally, seems even worse somehow because she just had her like, oh no, like kind of wide-eyed, like horrified face, but like all the time. It was funny. It was really funny. Unfortunately, Last Airbender is just dog shit. I almost want to put it as bad and I feel bad, honestly. Because it's like, he claims that he was a fan of this. You don't do that if you're a fan. It's like a war crime. Yeah, it's an insult. All the slow ass bending that would take like 5 minutes for the thing to go across the screen. The weird casting choices. And just like, you know, there's good actors in this. Like what's his face as oh my god. Why am I blanking on his name? Dev Patel, thank you. See, you knew because he was the decent actor in this, and I felt like he got robbed. Thank God his career wasn't really affected by it. Holy shit. Yeah, Ong. The weird pronunciations of the names too. Oh my god. He made it. Oh, because his kid was a fan. I would think his son or daughter or whoever would be like, Dad, why did you do this? Do you hate me? Do you hate me for some reason? Did I do something wrong? Daredevil. You know what? It was really funny, wasn't it? With all the evanescence in it. And the blind face that Ben Affleck would make. To try like, I'm totally blind, see? Like that. I had a good time with it. The fucking fight that he has with Bullseye towards the end where they're just flinging shards of stained glass at each other. Yeah, it's so early 2000s that it was kind of entertaining, honestly. Vaguely remember some moments that you had a budget. They had, like, if we're talking about Avatar, the Avatar, they had, like, I think it was like over 100 million budget for that shit. And that's what they made. Yeah, Evanescence was... I'll never forget the "Wake me up inside" when she's doing her training session. Elektra in Daredevil. It's pretty good. Spawn. I'm not even... I feel like this is maybe the attempt was made category. They clearly put a lot of work into the costume, the approach to the design, but like I don't know if they just didn't have a budget, because like the hell stuff looked terrible, and whenever they had like the John Leguizamo guy transformed, like that didn't look great. But then they had John Leguizamo with all that crazy like physical stuff on when he was the clown. So it's like, I think they made an attempt, and some of it visually is cool, but they clearly ran out of budget like halfway through, and like it shows. So it's not lower end here, but it's also, it doesn't belong up here. A pre-render intro? Yeah, like, or somebody's like previs in some places. But they tried. I do think Michael Jai White wasn't a bad choice for Spawn. The dude's an actual martial artist and stuff, so it's like, the casting seems not terrible. I just think like the writing was shit, and like just some of the narrative could have been better. There's some movies that I question whether anyone enjoyed working on it. Yeah. I mean, maybe they would console themselves afterwards by saying, this will be a hell of a story for people. You know, I'll be the life of some kind of party when I tell people what happened during the making of this movie. Freejack. Oh god, I was expecting something else to happen with this movie, and I feel like it was okay, but I don't really remember much. I think I'd call Freejack technically a movie. I thought this was going to be like some kind of crazy time travel-y fucking thing. Yeah, it's one of those things where if I can't readily remember what the plot was, that definitely already knocks it down a rung for me. And I kind of don't remember. I remember the casting was interesting because Mick Jagger was in it as this like recurring hired thug. Yeah, Mick Jagger and like Too Many Tanks. So it's like, it is technically a movie, but it's, God, it's so fucking forgettable. I would say that, it's on here, right? Where is it? The fuck? I would say Runaway was more entertaining than Freejack, honestly. Time Runner, oh my god. Poor Mark Hamill. So, is Mark Hamill cursed to only be able to do either Joker or Batman? I mean, Joker or Luke or something like that, and like anything else that he makes is almost always like some degree of like a stinker. He's not a bad actor, but I feel like back when he tried to do stuff in the 80s that wasn't Star Wars, it just was never very good. I think an attempt kind of was made. Yeah, for voiceovers, he's fantastic. He's a great voiceover artist, but acting, the physical acting, especially in movies like this where he was tried to be viewed as like the leading man, action-ish kind of guy, it just falls apart. I think they tried. The concept was interesting, but it just didn't coalesce, you know, like he was great in Fall of House of Usher. Oh, I didn't see that. Okay, so maybe there's a few things he's good in, but maybe when it's not like this action lead, right? I think that's pretty safe to say. Generation X. Ah, Jesus Christ. This one wasn't good, but it was very TV movie because it was a TV movie. Wait, this was on Blu-ray? Special edition? Joe, did you find this? I didn't even know it was on Blu-ray. What the fuck? This one was maybe technically a movie. Or worse than I expected. No, worse than I expected. Yeah, Matt Frewer tried. He was a very weird character, but it also just kind of didn't really work because it reminded me of other weird villains that were like more interesting, charismatic. I don't know. I wonder what's in the special edition, though. Alternate ending, which is still probably really shitty. But keep in mind, this was around the time where the X-Men animated series, the 90s one, was like at its peak, right? So they probably felt like, hey, we should do some more X-Men type stuff because it's popular, and then they get this. Because they clearly didn't have much of a budget for this either. Justice League of America, oh my god. I would say, what is this? Because we were ripping this apart, remember? There were so many silly, like, unintentionally hilarious things in this. Wait, Boo? Did you actually like this more? Because, like, remember, and they all lived in, like, the same house? They were all, like, roommates? Oh my god. This was more entertaining than this one, for sure. We saw it on the same night. On the flip side, Hamill was pretty over the top in The Long Walk. Oh, that's the one that just came out, right? But it's a not Spielberg. It's a Stephen King story, right? Was he supposed to be over the top? Yeah, Justice League of America was kind of funny because they kept having this running gag with the guy characters trying to, like, get dates and stuff, but they were all, like, superhero roommates at the same time. And then I can't remember if the fire superhero lady ended up with one of them or not. Did she end up with the Green Lantern? I can't remember. It was really silly. Oh, Fist of the North Star with Costas Mandalore. I don't... God, this one is really hard. It's a mess. It's a mess, but I will say they were trying to make it feel as dour and like a bummer as the actual series is, right? It was post-apocalyptic looking. The characters kind of had the outfits that they normally have, but nobody could be as huge as the characters in the anime and the manga. I would say an attempt was made. Because they really tried. They got Malcolm McDowell for some reason as one of the characters. Because they needed some, like, star power in there somewhere. But it's bad. It's not good. It was an attempt made. Oh god, and then they had Chris Penn with his head exploding, right? Because he was gross, and he kept having his head pulsating. You know what? I changed my mind. I would say worse than I expected. Just because, like, I still could think of ways it wouldn't be quite that bad. But it was bad. Oh, the Power Rangers movie. I'm almost going to say technically a movie. I'm sure someone's going to be hurt about this one. But this one was also weird because this was the first time... Remember, the first, like, season or two of Power Rangers, all the cool stuff where they were transformed was straight up ripped from the original Japanese source. Anytime they took the helmets off or whatever, and it was just like them, it was the Western, like, studio. It was Saban just shooting whatever the fuck they wanted, right? And then they changed the story to fit into that. Like, for example, Green Ranger was not the same at all in the original one. But when they had to do a wholly original story in this, with no, you know, what do you call it? No crutches of Japanese footage to speak of, it feels a lot different. And it feels a lot worse. The choreography of the fights was worse. Just the way the costumes looked kind of was worse, because everything was, like, so plasticky looking. They were, like, also too detailed, because they were, like, the movie version of the outfits and stuff. It's not very good. Huge part of my childhood. Dude, my brother was part of the little Power Rangers fan club, you know, where they send you that box of stuff, like the big VHS tape for the fan club, and then these static cling stickers you could put on the windows, and a little certificate that says, like, you're part of the fan club and all that shit. Like, we used to like Power Rangers a lot. As I mentioned, I have the Green Ranger, like, the transformation belt shit in my closet that I haven't opened up because I didn't want it to lose value. But yeah, it doesn't stand the test of time at all. Masters of the Universe. Oh man, that was a weird movie. The guy, I forgot the dude's name. The guy that played Skeletor really hammed it up. I kind of want to say, what's this though? It was really like, it's almost an attempt was made, but I think it's more what's this, because instead of just doing a straight He-Man story in their universe, they have to do some weird isekai shit where like he and the Masters of the Universe get sent to Earth to hang out with Courtney Cox and what's his face, the guy from Voyager who would end up being on Star Trek Voyager, for some odd hijinks that didn't really like land for me. Like it could have been more interesting. Yeah, that one. It's just, it fell flat in so many ways, and it could have been more interesting. Punisher was actually kind of good, though. Dolph Lundgren, it was 2 Dolph Lundgren movies. I feel like I was way more entertained watching The Punisher, because he was actually straight up killing people. That was, I thought bad but entertaining. I actually like The Punisher. I vaguely recall making some weird statements about him because he was partially naked a lot of the time. I'm sure there was some spray bottle shit happening during that stream. But it wasn't bad. I mean, the Punisher is kind of a simple character in a lot of ways, as long as you got the budget for explosions and what do you call it? The fucking blood packs, you know, when people get shot for like special effects. So it's not too hard to do it somewhat justice compared to these other kinds of movies. Demolition Man was pretty good. I hadn't fully seen it before, but it was also kind of bad. Some of the stuff was so nonsensical. It was entertaining though, so I think it fully deserves, you know, kind of a middle of the road. Because maybe some of this stuff just hasn't aged that well. You know, being many years after. And then also their concept of like, oh, look how shitty the future is when everybody actually gets along and they don't allow violence and whatever. Like, there was a weird statement trying to be made by this movie. And I was like, no, movie. I'm pretty sure you're wrong about this. Because the end result was like, no, we should totally have guns and hard violence and all this kind of stuff, you know, for civilization. Otherwise, everybody turns into namby-pambies and whatever. Like, come on. Like, maybe it was satirical, but it also felt like, I feel like somebody that made this movie might have actually believed some of this. It kind of annoyed me. The mindset? That's right, I forgot. They had, like, VR sex at one point. It was funny. It was entertaining. But it had some problems. Oh, Happy New Year's. Oh, yeah, is it? You're right. Yeah, Happy Early New Year's. We'll be doing the little New Year's countdown on this stream for Pacific time, so you guys still have a couple hours. And hey, Pam, welcome. Runaway was weird. One thing I'll say about Tom Selleck is that I know he was very popular during his Magnum P.I. era, but I just kept thinking he carried himself like somebody's dad. You know, like, he was supposed to be like the leading action man in this thing, and he just did not feel like an action guy. It felt like he was like getting you know, out of breath. And, like, having issues just like jumping over shit. I mean, which might be more realistic, honestly. Yeah, where's the human speed tier? Fuck, I need to make a human speed like channel point reward or something. More Michael Crichton movies? Yes, they're really weird. Was this one Michael Crichton as well? I think you're right. It was entertaining because it was bad. I feel like I'm front-loading this one too much. I would actually say maybe an attempt was made, because the problem I had with this movie at parts was, like, is the lady supposed to be a love interest? Maybe, maybe not. Is the guy an action hero, or is he just like a smart dude? Maybe he's this, maybe he's that. Like, there was a lot of things that fell flat, like they didn't want to commit to a particular like type of approach with this movie, and so just everything felt kind of middle of the road. Like it's supposed to be like the future or something, right? Because there's all these, it's about robots that are better than Roombas, but in the 90s, that can like do really complicated things and then are programmed to kill people, you know. But like it just felt very not high tech and very low tech, and like just a lot of the concepts fell flat. When I say them out loud, they sound like they should be really interesting, you know? And it was TV. It was a TV movie, which is the other thing, which means they probably had little to no budget. They're more restricted than with a movie, obviously. So I think an attempt was made is probably fair. Hey, Happy New Year from the East Coast. Yes. I can't do the little fireworks. I have a little fireworks clip, but it'll have to happen a couple hours from now. But hey, Annabab. Is the hero really supposed to be racking up that many civilian casualties? Yeah, that was, it was interesting seeing Tom Selleck in something that I didn't normally attribute to, like, his kind of acting. Because, like, everything else he's done has been, like, I'm this cool regular guy. It's a bit cooler than normal. But this was like, I'm supposed to be some, like, action hero. And he kind of wasn't. Like, the whole fight in the, in that construction building or whatever at the end was really funny. But it was not, like, exciting. Like, I guess he did his own stunts, too, half the time. Because it looked like it. Budget for that was a 6-pack and a carton of cigarettes. Yeah, a bunch of like a poster board. Dead Alive is fucking crazy. It's kind of better than I expected because it goes off the wall. Like, I know Peter Jackson, similar to like Sam Raimi, they don't worry about, you know, offending other people's sensibilities. If they have a thing they want to do, they just do it. And they have a very unique style. I respect that. Dead Alive is like a cartoon. There was so much fucking blood that I was like desensitized at a certain point. So that was pretty good. It fumbles in some ways because it's like, you know, it looks like it didn't have a great budget, even though they got a lot out of it. And the talent was kind of hit or miss. Like, the main guy was funny, and like some of the actors were pretty good, but then a lot of them were just really, like, have they acted before? Maybe they're friends of Peter Jackson and just put in the movie. I don't know. I would dock it a point for that just because the acting is very inconsistent, but it's certainly better than I would expect. The Frighteners, I feel like I like The Frighteners a lot, but I liked it before. So, but I don't know if I'd necessarily say solid, because I still had some issues narratively with the movie. Because remember, weren't we saying like, well, why is the Grim Reaper guy doing stuff now? Or why isn't he doing stuff now where he could have done it before? And like, why are certain things playing out the way that they are? Frighteners is really good. And actually, the performance from Michael J. Fox is one of the things that I think like uplifts it, because it's like, it was definitely a departure from the kind of characters that he usually would play. And playing a very detached, jaded, almost kind of like an asshole character that has to go through a little character development along the way. It's like, it was kind of a nice breath of fresh air, you know? I just hear my neighbors blasting music. Oh, because they're celebrating. And the effects were interesting. I think I'll give it a solid. There wasn't really that much wrong with it. And again, Peter Jackson, and like, he had a very distinct look for like how the ghosts looked and what they did. And keeping in mind, this was like in the 90s. And some of the stuff he was able to do, granted, you look at some of the compositing and stuff now and you're like, oh my god. But like, just the vision he had for like the supernatural effects and stuff at the time, like if we're thinking, you know, in that era, like, were pretty cool. I can't remember if somebody said it was either this movie or a movie he did later that actually convinced somebody to like let him do the Lord of the Rings movies. It's like, oh, awesome. I'm glad that worked out. Yeah, Jeffrey Combs was like, okay, there was that bit, because we watched the extended version that had stuff that had been cut for the theatrical. The extended bit where it showed him with a little like swastika and some other weird shit he was doing, maybe it's better for that to stay cut. Because that was fucking weird. But like, as a bad guy, a weird bad guy, he was pretty memorable, honestly. Oh, you haven't seen Teen Wolf? Oh, Teen Wolf with Michael J. Fox? I like that movie. I never watched the follow-up Teen Wolf stuff, because like they had a sequel, but instead of Michael J. Fox, it was Jason Bateman, right? And then a series, which is what everybody seemed to watch that I didn't watch, that happened years and years later. Alone in the Dark. This is just bad. I don't even know if it was funny enough for me. I think it was just bad. It's Uwe Boll too, so it's like it's a double helping of like shit. I was hoping it would at least be like amusing, but like it was just not great. Silent Hill. Oh, were you the one that pushed for Alone in the Dark? I mean, I'm glad I saw it, because it's like I'd heard about it and I never really checked it out. The ending needs to be seen. Wait, did it have an alternate ending? I don't remember. Yeah, I can't remember if this movie came out before or after the, like, remember they had that newer Alone in the Dark, like on Xbox or something? That actually had the voice of, what's his face? James McCaffrey, Max Payne, in it as the main character. But that one also had some weird... They kind of took the series in a different direction. Wait, they're making a new one? Didn't they already just do an Alone in the Dark with David Harbour, like a year ago or 2 years ago? Like, they already did one. And I don't think anyone played it. Silent Hill. This one's hard. Because visually, I think the Silent Hill movie, at least the first one, did a pretty goddamn good job of like looking like the game. Now, I don't know why Pyramid Head's in the movie, because he's not in the first game and it doesn't make sense narratively why the hell he's there, but he's there. Some of the things they switched around, like they adapted differently, were kind of like, why? But they weren't like deal breakers necessarily. It was funny that Sean Bean was in it, clearly as like the Harry, or should have been like the Harry character, but I guess at least he didn't die. So that was something different. It's a reboot without Slater from the first two. Is it still Uwe Boll? Oh no. But it's still gonna be bad then. Yeah, that's still gonna be bad. So like, at bare minimum, I think an attempt was made, because I think they really did try with Silent Hill. But I don't know if I would say it's bad but entertaining. I feel like it's one of those things where it's like, it was fine, but I would be also totally fine with just maybe never seeing it again. You know what I mean? Like, it didn't have any standout moments for me. I think attempt is fair. Jason X. Oh my god. Jason in space in the future. This one kind of ended up being, it was funny, but I was a little disappointed because I thought it was going to go even wackier. Sometimes they did, and then other times it just felt like, oh, it's just a slasher in space. It was, you know what? It was entertaining though. It's not good because all the talent in it were like people that you'd see in like a like a direct-to-video movie, but it was entertaining. Jason X is perfect. Well, I can't even say it's solid because it like had other issues. Well, we still enjoyed it, but I do think like you could have pushed that even more, and they just didn't. Maybe they just didn't have the budget, I think. Sleepaway Camp. Sleepaway Camp is the divisive one, I think, because anyone that probably has already seen it, I bet you, is going to rate it higher than people that saw it the evening that we saw it. You know what I'm saying? After we saw the twist and we were like, oh, maybe that's not a great twist for the modern era. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. You know what? If we're just going off of how it was presented, this is literally a what is this because of the ending. This is literally a what is this because I'm sure people were probably literally saying, what is this? When it was over. It was so bizarre, but the ending was insane. The kills were funny. I do think like the pacing felt a little slowish. But that's me trying to recall it. Maybe when we were watching it, it didn't feel that way. Like, they could have trimmed it up a little bit. Nick Fury movie with the Hoff? Yeah, it was pretty bad. That's at the bottom here. It's technically a movie. The twist, you know, didn't we... So wait, hold on. I remember I had an idea where I thought the twist was going to be different, remember? What did I say I thought was going to happen? I thought, oh, right. I remember thinking that the twist that I thought of would have been better. Because remember, they set it up in such a way that it looked like that older teacher was going to get framed for killing all those people because he was stupid enough to put himself in positions where it would look really suspicious. Because he was like around where that stuff happened and also hassling the girls and whatever. But they didn't do that. So I thought whether the killer was going to totally get away with it because they just pin it on the guy because he was being a fucking creepo, and then they didn't do that. If this was a more modern movie, I bet they probably would have done that kind of outcome instead. Yeah, he was the red herring, but I actually think that outcome would have felt more satisfying personally. Yeah. It was a better... Yeah, and then the thing that doesn't make sense is you guys told me she somehow continues on to other movies, which is like, how is that possible with the way that first movie ended? But I'm sure they have to go through a lot of narrative hoops to explain it. Wait a minute, did we actually see Monster Squad? Is it literally just something I can't remember? Did we watch Monster Squad? Or did we not? No, wait, maybe we didn't. I think this might have been on the list, but then we didn't actually see it? I need to check. Hold on, let me check. I thought we didn't end up seeing it. Oh, I marked it. On October 20th. What? I can't remember what the fuck happened. Holy shit. Oh, right, with Frankie. It totally had been excised from my brain until you mentioned the Frankie part. And then I remember it. Oh, wait, no, that was pretty fun. That was a fun movie. I think we all kind of liked it, right? I think it was bad but entertaining. The Frankie part was... yeah, I think this is not too bad. This was fine. Now that I actually remember it. Tremors was pretty good. Although I had... Let's see. Better than I expected? I didn't expect much from Tremors, honestly, because I was like, oh, it's like sandworms or something. I think it was better than I expected because I didn't realize the monsters were going to be like what they actually were. I thought they were just worms and not like things with multiple mouths and all other kind of crazy shit. And then those doomer guys like saving up all that ammo and weaponry, and like just the progression was really interesting. Like from bad to worse, the situations for all these people. And then you could never really tell who was going to get killed. Like they killed some characters where I'm like, oh, I thought that guy would be safe. So like I was very entertained by Tremors, so it was better than I expected, honestly. Equilibrium. Look, I have some weird nostalgia glasses, I guess, goggles for Equilibrium, because it's like it's bad, but it's so entertaining because the gun kata, man, like the gun kata, it's cool. It looks so cool. It's so stupid when you think about it, but like when you see it, it looks fucking cool. Tread softly. Do you like Equilibrium, Azelle? Like I would not put it lower than this. It's definitely entertaining. I don't know if it's better than I expected, because I think I remember, because it's probably about the same. It's when you think about the society that they're in, it's a little too simple and easy to deal with. Sorry, got hiccups. Like the message that they're trying to send, like it's a little like smash you over the head obvious. Oh. But I still had a good time with it. And like it's such a cool, like similar to like The Matrix or something. There's visuals in Equilibrium that will always be like mentioned by people. Just the look of like those like, I forgot what they're called, like those agent guys, and then like the gun kata itself is like so flashy and cool. No, Equilibrium's not as good as Tremors. That's why it's lower. What's that bit where the guy rounds the table and he trails his fingers on the surface? Yeah. So like that dude that was in fucking Braveheart, the final bad guy, Angus McFadden, I think is his name. No, wait, yeah, it was Braveheart. He was funny though, because it's like, that's the guy that's supposed to be the scary final boss. He does not look scary to me. Oh, yeah, and Taye Diggs finally getting shown, like, no, you're not even, like, a mini-boss. He spent less time taking out Taye Diggs than he did taking out, like, the people in the hallway. It was so funny. That whole movie, Taye Diggs trying to troll his ass constantly, like, I'm better than you, I'm better than you. And, like, one move, he's like, no, not really. The only thing that's regrettable is, like, since it was such an instant kill, you don't get to see Taye Diggs realize, like, oh, I'm shit. I'm not even close to him. Yeah, it was good. Oh, the one. I like the fact that Jet Li tried something different. He tried to be a little funny. He tried to have, like, because the good guy character was kind of dorky, right? And he had a very normal life. He wasn't like a superstar. And him also playing the villain is kind of fun too, because he's such a ridiculous, like, scene-chewing villain with, like, how he was murdering other versions of himself. But I do think on execution, like, this is another one of those, I bet it could have been better. Oh, where he's the ending, where he wants to be the head bitch in charge on, like, that jail planet. I think an attempt was made, because, like, the idea is really interesting. Some of, like, the legwork that they put in to try to make it work was almost there. I do think it kind of didn't hit the landing totally. The one did keep me guessing because nothing made sense from scene to scene. Yeah, but that's not necessarily a good thing, right? I was still gamely along for the... Yeah, I that's why it's like, it's not the what is this, but it's, I don't know if I'd totally say it was like super entertaining. It has some interesting ideas for sure. Oh god, Miami Connection. I think I went kind of nuts at the end of this one, right? Because remember, at one point, some dude gets shot and then they're in the river and they just lose their fucking minds. Because like the main guy's like, ah, he's just like, I guess overwhelmed with emotion. This is as bad as entertaining. It's clearly these people that are shitty at acting, barely can do martial arts. Yeah, they went full Rambo at the end for no reason, but it was really funny. And like how they all had to be like this group of bestest friends all the time, and the songs too. Remember when I didn't believe you guys? Yeah, that's right, because you came in late to the movie, right, Red Jack? And you hadn't seen the scene where all the ninjas were forming up for their plan or whatever, and there was like the ninja boss. And so all the ninjas getting murdered at the end was like, oh shit. Yeah, there's a lot of heart in that movie, and I think it's entertaining. It's not good, like, if we're talking about, you know, basics of filmmaking, but it's entertaining, yes. So many strange scenes. Last Dragon was actually pretty good. I would say Last Dragon was better than I expected, because I thought it was going to be like really shitty. Like, not shitty in a bad way, but like, you know, fun, shitty movie. And it actually ended up being a little bit better, honestly. Bruce Leroy. So I thought this was pretty good. Yeah, The Glow. I liked Last Dragon way more than I expected. Yeah, I think this is the perfect category for that. Like, it was a welcome improvement over what I was expecting. Oh my god, Anaconda. I almost need another category for how many times I feel like I went crazy watching the movie. This one was fucking nuts. John Voight's character was crazy with whatever accent that was. Random South American accent. And then that bit where the snake spat him out, but he was like half digested, and then he still winked. It was so fucking... It was... I'm gonna say, what is this? Like, it is bad entertaining, but it also absolutely is a what is this? Those strange characters all stuck together on a boat. Just what they did with that anaconda. Remember that one? Because I remember freeze framing it and then going backwards again to see it, where somebody had just been fully eaten by the snake. And we get that shot under the water where the snake is going by, the CG snake is going by the camera, and then you just see someone's imprint of their face sticking out from its stomach, but like a cartoon. Oh my god. It's insane. Oh, was it Owen? Okay, yeah, Owen Wilson's character is just getting consumed by that thing. There's not enough suspension of disbelief in the world to make me accept John Voight is from... Oh, he was from Paraguay? Oh my god. So creepy. Congo. Congo wasn't as bad. Tim Curry helped. It was... This stuff with the monkey... The gorillas was really funny, though, because like they're trying to take it all seriously, and I'm like, this looks so goofy. I would say an attempt was made. It's not a full, yeah, another Michael Crichton classic. It's not a what is this, because it made more sense than Anaconda, but it's still, I don't know if I'd fully say like really entertaining. It had moments, but like I feel like this mid category is for like consistently entertaining. Where Congo had some slow like pace issues, I think. Because they really wanted to hammer home the whole like Amy, good gorilla, Amy, and all this like stuff about how Amy does sign language and all. Like somebody, I guess Michael Crichton had a Jane Goodall phase where he was like, I'm really gonna make I'm gonna make a movie that takes what I've learned about gorillas and turns it into an action sci-fi kind of thing. But interesting. Oh god, Catwoman is bad. I'm sorry, it is funny, but it's horrific. I mean, is this too much to say it's bad and I feel bad? It's just really bad. It's fun. You know what? Okay, what is this? What is this? Because this is the other one that's correct. Yeah. That's again, like like Anaconda, is another one of those ones where I felt like I was having a fucking fever dream halfway through watching it. So, very weird. And like so many things where it's like they really just couldn't use like actual Catwoman at all. They just had to make up their own kooky crazy Catwoman for some reason. And like she tried. I feel bad for her in that like, oh, you got the Razzie Award. At least you took it well and you actually received the award. Which many people with that award don't bother doing because it's not like a good thing. And then Benjamin Bratt as, like, I guess the love interest, but it's like, even he was not really super compelling. Like, is this the dude, like, you just settled for? Or is this the actual love interest you're going for? I don't know. Yeah, the basketball scene that looked like, I guess, did this come, I can't remember. This came out after Daredevil, right? Remember, Daredevil did the ridiculous, like, they're amongst some kids at the park, and then they do their mock fighting, like on a what do you call it, seesaw? But he's blind and well, I guess she's not blind, so I guess she could be doing whatever. And that was already obnoxious, but it was also funny. But the basketball one was terrible because it's like, remember, half the time she wasn't even doing anything like really crazy for basketball. They did the close-up where she's going like, whoa, moving the basketball back and forth in her hands. I'm like, is that supposed to be hard to do? Like, that's not like a skill. Anyway, it was so weird. Yeah, and a lot of cuts. There was at least 1 or 2 points, right, where I was like, this is kind of reminding me of like Taken 3 with how many cuts this thing has. Mystery Men, I think Mystery Men was a very normal movie, honestly. It's not even like weird. I think we've seen so many actually weird movies that I don't know if I would necessarily say it's bad. It had a pretty normal plot. And I wouldn't necessarily say better than expected because it was about the same. I mean, I feel like Mystery Men is a little subjective because like if those kind of jokes in it still land for you, then it would probably qualify as like, it's a pretty solid movie. Like it doesn't like do anything surprising, but it's fine. Like there's nothing wrong with it. Like it's almost weird to say that like it's a fine movie. I wouldn't say it's perfect, but like it doesn't have these weird ass issues that some of these movies down here have. Yeah, I think it's a fine movie. Westworld. Oh my god, that main guy that they had in Westworld, I kept shitting on him so much. It's like, why is this guy like normally an actor? What's wrong with this dude? I liked the idea. He's the worst protagonist ever. His friend was a better protagonist even, but he was like the friend. I guess I'd say Bland McBlanderson. He was, but it was really funny to see him like lose his shit. But you have to also consider this was early 70s. So for this kind of sci-fi concept that early, it's kind of cool. And also, the concept is cool anyway, because it's like when they ended up doing the HBO series, at least the first season that I saw, it's actually really interesting, like, ethical conversations around, like, what they're doing, like, with androids and, like, just why like this kind of tech existed and like what it did to society, and you know the whole thing of like they're indistinguishable from humans. Like it's this one on its own is not great, but it's entertaining and the concept is interesting. I wouldn't say solid because I feel like solid needs to have a better quality of acting. Although Yul Brynner as like the stoic staring dude with silver eyes was pretty funny. that whole last bit where he was just continually chasing after the main guy like a fucking like bald Terminator was pretty funny. Like he's like, okay, is he gone? No, he's still going. He's still coming. Yes, like it as an inspiration and like a starting point for some kinds of like sci-fi, it's actually pretty cool. I just think in this particular case's execution, due to budget and when it was made and that sort of thing, it was a little limited. I think, later when they're able to do more with the concept, it kind of spread its wings a little bit more. You missed Dick Tracy? Yeah, I thought it was pretty interesting. It's so weird, Dick Tracy, because it's done. The angle it's made with is so honest. Like, you could tell Warren Beatty just really loved the comics because he's not trying to find some strange angle with it, like he's actually making a statement about Dick Tracy or some secret, like, subversive thing. No, he's pretty much trying to portray it, like, as if it was just coming off the page of a comic book. Yeah, the Al Pacino bit with his weird, because he also had some weird shit on his face for the Al Pacino crime boss. It's interesting. And you get these actors that are usually really solid actors seem like they're almost forced a little bit outside of their comfort zones to do these like caricature kind of characters. It's an interesting experiment, I think. Oh god, Wild Wild West. This was not good. I would say worse than I remember. I'm pretty sure I saw this before. It's at least this, if not worse. Is it bad? You know what? No. I changed my mind. I was starting to run through a few things that happened in it. Because you got the typical, like, two dudes fighting over a woman. They did kind of subvert that a little bit at the end by clearly having her end up with some third party. But it was still kind of, like, eye-roll inducing seeing, like, them do their little, like, oh, no, I can impress her. No, I can. It's like, she clearly doesn't want either one of you guys. Yeah, the weird racist jokes. I think this is also a case of, like, maybe at the time, like some jokes just don't really age well. And arguably, maybe even at the time, they didn't go over great with some people, but it's like they definitely don't last, you know, a decade or two later. Like, they're even worse. They don't land. They tried Empowered and just... I think that's the thing. Like, even that stuff about trying to, like, Will Smith's character trying to make jokes about lynchings and slavery and stuff, like, trying to make light of that, and then having the little, like, audience reaction where they're like, you know, like, it's like, clearly, you're supposed to not take it seriously, you're supposed to laugh at it, but, like, it also still it hits really weird. As soon as you cast a black man, well, that was the other strange thing, because was Wild Wild West a show or like a comic book or something before? It was a previous iteration before, and both lead guys are just like white guys. So I do remember when this movie was announced, or was a trailer or whatever, there was some kind of grumbling about Will Smith, because obviously he's nothing like the protagonist from before, whoever that was. But it's like, at the time, he was at his fucking peak, you know, Men in Black, etc. He was very popular. So it's like, of course they're gonna just put him in the movie as whatever character, because, like, people like to watch him in a movie being, you know, his Joshin self, where he's just making jokes and looking cool. But then that's at the cost of, like, having to change everything around him to suit that, you know? That's not to say that it would have been somehow magically a better movie if somebody else had been cast, but, like, it clearly had to be adapted around that change. It was a series, and honestly kind of a decent one. Did they also have, like, weird inventions and stuff in the series? I feel like that must have been a carryover from that. One thing I'll say about Wild West is the actors they did seem really committed. I mean, Kevin Kline did a lot of wacky stuff. Not that he hasn't in other roles before. Like, if you've seen A Fish Called Wanda, which is a great movie. But, like, he certainly didn't seem to have any qualms about doing some really obnoxious shit. They did some wacky stuff in the series, but not slapstick. I see. So probably, like, a different vibe. God, Cool World was... ugh. Cool World is worse than I remember. Like, I vaguely remembered it because of, like, the whole, like, wannabe Roger Rabbit kind of vibe. But I feel like watching it again, all the animated characters looked like they were from different shows. Like, they didn't feel like they were from the same universe. The main animated characters definitely didn't look like they're from the same universe. The interaction between live action and animated was not nearly as good as, like, Roger Rabbit. They barely did interact correctly. And then even their weird, like, live action sets they used when they were supposed to be, like, in Cool World, like, just looked just like flat cutouts on a stage. Like, the presentation was really shitty, and maybe they just didn't have a great budget. I don't know. But yeah, it was kind of worse than I remember, honestly. Final Fantasy Spirits Within. It's not a what is this. I will give them credit and say an attempt was made. Because they clearly tried. They fucking tried. They were... Because remember, this was really early. This is, what, 2001? 2001, and they actually got characters that look like that? That was like... They tried... Yeah, they tried so hard. Like... Yeah, they they ran so fast in the wrong direction and hit a wall. Like, technically speaking, they achieved some really impressive stuff for the time, which still looks pretty fucking good, honestly. Unfortunately, narratively, it just didn't really cook the right way. They had a lot of good actors in it, and I don't think their performances were all that bad, but I do think, like, the vibe was off. Everybody felt like they were on, like, some kind of Prozac. Like, they're very lethargic. The pacing was slow. Like, I think they wanted to set the scene, but narratively, like, it was just a big mess. Yeah, really big visual effects. So absolutely an attempt was made. It just didn't really land. Looks great, but the series is called Final Fantasy. Well, okay, so that's the one part I gave them a little leeway for. Just because this was shortly after... Wait, did Final Fantasy VIII come out before this? Maybe the same... No, wait. Was this the same year that 10 came out? Fuck, I can't remember. Anyway, whether it's 7, 8, 9, 10, 7 was also kind of sci-fi-ish as well. Because keep in mind, like, a lot of the other Final Fantasies are actually more fantasy-like, you know, in a fantasy setting. 7 looked like, you know, urban, dystopian city, world, etc., machinery, that sort of thing. So if you think about it in regards to some specific Final Fantasy games, it's not that far off. I mean, yeah, they don't have magic, but they absolutely had Lifestream at the end. That stuff coming out of the ground was totally Lifestream. And, like, the concept of humans versus, like, mankind versus nature and Earth is also something that's kind of come up a few times in the Final Fantasy games. So the elements were there. I think, though, that they might have gone a little too sci-fi because maybe they were afraid, like, Western audiences wouldn't be all in on, like, the magic-y stuff if they did too much fantasy. But in some respects, they might have done better. Because at least maybe it'd be a little easier to accept a movie like that, rather than this, which just felt like a weird, like, pseudo live action experience. Oh, 10. Okay, so 10. Because 10 looked fucking great. 10 still looks pretty good. And so, like, 10 was kind of a mishmash, right? Because that's another one where they had some future tech, but they also kind of mixed it with, like, supernatural stuff, like the Aeons and all that. Those soul spirit things that, like, Yuna would, like, deal with. Is this dispatch music? Probably. I did definitely add a couple dispatch tracks to this. It's a very random playlist. But yeah. It is, and I still can't believe it's the musician's only credit. Wait, what? Which one? Are we talking about Dispatch for the music, or are you talking about the Final Fantasy movie? Dispatch? Yeah, it's got like a cool, I don't even know what's, like, it's like a retro laid back kind of vibe. I'm sure somebody that's more versed in music can actually specify like what it's like, but like I feel a certain way when I hear it. The only thing I think didn't really land, and we'll talk about this more when we talk about Dispatch, is that last track they play when everybody's beating up on Shroud. It's like, I always thought that little, like, it's a little too happy sounding, and it's not like badass sounding, which I think there should have been some like badass music because everybody's like working together successfully and stuff, and it just kind of is a weird, not the best musical choice in my opinion. Yeah, I'll save it. All right, Jack Frost. And not the Michael Keaton Jack Frost, but the horror movie Jack Frost. I was kind of laughing at this shit a lot. I honestly thought this was better than the Michael Keaton Jack Frost because it was so off the wall. Although it was really bad. I mean, I guess this is just the bad entertaining. Because it was funny. It was out there, and it's like the stuff they made the snowman do was so. But they also didn't take it seriously. They weren't taking it too seriously, which I think helped. And you could tell like they're not trying to be serious. Because if they were, I don't know if it would hit as well. Yeah, like how he had, like, didn't they give him like mitts, like mitt hands, so he could actually like do stuff? Yeah, the horror one actually tried some stuff. Remember, they had a low ass budget. I think, was that the one I said only had like $500,000? So they did quite a lot with $500,000 for their budget. The Jack Frost one was like, I'm just gonna say it's technically a movie. It's not, it's bad and I feel bad the way that these things are, but it also is like, it's not good. It's like what you would watch, like if you're back at home for the holidays and you're just watching stuff on TV and you're like, well, what do we watch? And this happens to be on, you'd be like, I guess, just having it on in the background. That's what it is. Like those shitty Hallmark movies where you watch them once just because they happen to be on at the time and you just never fucking think about it again. Yeah, the lack of communication. Remember how many times we were like, why doesn't he just talk to the wife? Like, get over yourself. You're a snowman. You lost all that time you could have been talking to your wife. And all you got at the end was like, oh, I love you. Now I'm gonna fly away. Like, you could have had like a whole week to talk to her, you piece of shit. So nonsensical. I hate it. All right. Now we're finally at the movies we just saw the other day. Lost in Space and Space Command Redemption. Man, Lost in Space is also technically a movie. It's not like I feel bad, but I don't think it's better than any of this shit, honestly. They spent so much money for such a blah experience. And not to mention, they had some interesting concepts in there, like the time travel and stuff, and they do absolutely nothing interesting with it. They just send the dad back to like a minute before it happens. Like, it's like so underutilized, such a waste. Also, like the chemistry with so many of the characters was just like non-existent. You have the two parents that feel like are you actually in love? Were you guys about to divorce before you before you went on this trip? Like nothing there. Oh, the Gary Oldman spider creature was fucking weird. But not in a good way, because it didn't even look his face, like, why was his face designed like that? The only interesting thing was like that hooded element where it was like obscuring stuff that looked very ant-like. Once he takes it off and you just see like CG Ant-Man, it looked so shitty. It looked better when you couldn't see the stuff. Yeah. Seems like they're trying to set up a series. Oh yeah, and then the ending was like not an ending. They're like, okay, we did all this stuff, and now for some reason now we're going to punch in the information to hyperspace. Why didn't you guys just do that when you were still in space? Like, did I miss something? What was the thing keeping them from doing what they just did at the end, like before they hit the planet? So stupid. This is dumb. I saw it in theaters and got up quietly at the end and left. You're so disappointed. You're like, why do you do this to me? Yeah. I don't know what they thought they were going to be setting up, but like, I'm not surprised nothing happened. Space Command Redemption. Aside from seeing blatant Normandy models and some Star Wars starfighters, I'm almost willing to say an attempt was made because clearly somebody gave a shit, or the guy that kickstarted this stuff. Like, the plot feels like I have something to say, and I feel really passionate about the thing I'm putting forth in this story. And like, they got all these actors that clearly meant stuff to people that were from sci-fi TV backgrounds, and a lot of the dialogue feels like stuff that you would expect from those kinds of shows. I've actually been thinking about Space Command despite how frankly god-awful it is. That's the thing, like, it has actually some interesting... Remember how I said before, it has interesting concepts, even if those concepts aren't new. They're all kind of farmed from different places and mushed together into one source. Like the concepts of the androids and other stuff about like what is future space like, and like very Star Trek-y kind of like elements of like what is society like in the future, that sort of thing. So like it's not bad. I feel like I almost wish, I hate to say it, I almost wish somebody could take this concept that was better at it and like redo it. Because maybe you'd get something like stronger out of it. But I guess some of the charm is that it's so wonky because it's made by this guy that's just really passionate about it. Like, maybe you'd lose that. Not new at all. I saw several plot points that were straight up ripped from Expanse. So yeah, you guys, that's right. You guys were talking about the Expanse, and I haven't seen it. So, but that's the thing where it's like, you take some stuff that are maybe, I guess, timeless, kind of interesting concepts from sci-fi shows, and you kind of combine them in a certain combination. So he tried, and they clearly didn't have like a crazy budget, and you could tell. Plus it has the last performance of Mira Furlan, which I guess has to count for something. She was like maybe one of the few good actors, I think, in the movie, because everybody else felt a little like I don't know, not great. I do have to watch The Expanse. I have to watch it at some point before that game comes out, because people are apparently very excited about the game as like a potential like Mass Effect. Like, this is what you play if you can't play Mass Effect kind of thing. Hey Geiger, Happy New Year! Oh shit, is it? Okay, it's not. That made me have to look at my clock, because I'm on West Coast time. It hasn't hit New Year yet. It will soon though. Expanse is very good. You gotta check it out. Yeah, I have it written down already. I just need to actually... With so many shows, I have like a crazy list of TV shows to watch. Because at least movies, like, okay, it's like 2 hours and then you're done. Shows just feel like they're an investment, you know? You have to set aside time. Oh yeah, I know it started on Sci-Fi. Are you saying because it's gonna look like a sci-fi show? The only shows I saw recently, and it was because I was visiting family, was White Lotus. Because my brother had the HBO Max on my parents' TV, and so my mom really wanted to watch White Lotus for whatever reason. So we watched the first 2 seasons. The first one seems like it's the best season. The second one kind of goes off the rails, like, sexually. There were so many parts where I'm like, oh my god, I'm watching this with my parents. But the first one's pretty good. We watched, like, the first episode of the 3rd season, but then didn't have time for more of that. But it didn't really grab me the same as the first 2 seasons did. Yeah, Farscape I watched back in the day. Farscape was really cool. That was the Jim Henson Company that did that show. Little known story. Well, it's not that cool, but it was cool to me. When I worked on Black Ops 3, Black Ops 3's protagonist character, potentially, if you don't pick the female character in the story mode, is played by Ben Browder. So if anybody likes Farscape and somehow also likes Call of Duty, you could play the single player campaign for a bunch of Ben Browder in there everywhere. Yeah. No, I did. God, there's no way I could have met Jim Henson unless I was like a kid, because he died. Didn't he die in the 90s? I was absolutely heartbroken when he died. I think I cried like almost the whole day. I was so young though, but it really depressed me, because even as a kid I understood like the kind of contribution he made to not just society, but like I used to watch so much Sesame Street and everything Muppets pretty much. But yeah, so what I was going to say is that because Ben Browder was in Black Ops 3, I had a chance to work with him because I was an animator for the story campaign, and there were a couple mocap sessions where like he was, all markered up as the player character. I got to talk to him about some things, and one funny story he told me was on Farscape, because I said I was a fan of Farscape. He had to wear some outfit one time that was like a full body outfit, and I was like, oh, that sounds pretty involved. And he's like, yeah, so involved that whoever made the outfit didn't really consider what would happen if I had to use the bathroom, because like there was apparently no like zipper or lower way to easily take off like part of it. So he had to take off the entire thing really fast so he didn't like pee his pants inside like a full fitting costume. But he said he always looks back really fondly at his time, on Farscape. I think it was a good time for him. I remember Henson one year, then Roddenberry the next. Yeah, kind of fucked up as a young tech creative. They're pretty heavy hitters. So like when you heard the news, it's like, and also I can't remember. Roddenberry was older, right? But Jim Henson was still relatively young when that happened, and that was the big shocker. And for something that seems like it could have been preventable, because I think for Henson it was pneumonia. It was pneumonia, and I think he just hadn't gone to a doctor until it was like too far gone, and then by then it was like too late. But yeah. They're playing Labyrinth at the theater again in a month. Labyrinth is, yeah. Is Labyrinth the one that they tried to do a sequel for? Or no, that's Dark Crystal, right? There was one I remember that they tried to do that like a few years back. Modern Warfare 2 and Black Ops still remain my favorite Call of Duties. Like, yeah. Is it still your favorite after Black Ops, was it 7? Everybody seems to be real hard on that that game. I've seen some clips of it and it's like, well, they certainly took the story in a direction I wasn't expecting. Oh, Dark Crystal has a sequel series. It's really good, but no ending. No ending? So, dude, I hate it when something really amazing gets canceled and then you just never get closure. It's so fucking rough. Anyway, so that, I think, that's the whole thing. Wait, did I really make it so that The Last Action Hero is the only perfect movie? I mean, maybe. It's a good movie. It's not too bottom heavy. I think we were pretty fair for the most part. Yeah, it's not too bad. Okay. Alright, so it's a bell curve. Yeah, I was thinking like it's not until you finish the whole list and then you look back that you see like, was I too rough on some of these? But no, I think we were pretty fair. Can move Double Dragon up. You know what? Sure. Since there's not like a ton on there. Yeah. So look forward to a lot more bad movie nights in the new year. We still have a lot of stuff on that list, and that's not including. I still need to add a couple titles on there as well. Yeah. Okay. So we finally got through that. Now we're gonna do a quick. Well, however quick we can make it, wrap up of all the games we played this year. We played quite a few. Looking at the, I have a different one of these. All right. Check out all the games we played this year. The beginning of the year, we played the remastered Soul Reaver 1 and 2. We did a little replay of Kingdom Hearts 2. We played the Silent Hill 2 remake. We played Resident Evil 2 and 4 remake. We played a bunch of Remedy games. We played Alan Wake 1, Control, Alan Wake 2. We took a retro break to play King's Quest 6, Quest for Glory 1. We played everybody's favorite, Expedition 33. Then we went back to the Remedy stuff for a second and played Quantum Break, which experienced. Then we made the unfortunate misstep of playing Resident Evil 6. We switched gears after that to play some FBC Firebreak. Then we did a quick playthrough of Little Kitty Big City. Oops, shit, put that back. And we played, in unintended order, Slay the Princess, followed by Disco Elysium. Two very interesting games. We did UFO 50. Then we did our Metal Gear section, which was Twin Snakes, Metal Gear Solid 2 Substance, and then the new Metal Gear Solid Delta, which is the Metal Gear Solid 3 remake. Followed by Tron 2.0, Final Fantasy Tactics, Evil East Chronicles, which I played for the very first time, Dispatch, and then we ended everything with Parasite Eve. So quite a mix of games throughout the year, which I'm pretty happy about. Yeah, we did RE6. I think we did all campaigns. I did it with my husband, Spider-Man, except for the Ada one, because that one was just going to be like some random person as like the second player anyway. So I was like, I'll give him a break, because he was really done with the game at that point. And then I did the Ada one solo, I'm pretty sure. So yeah. We'll do like a brief recap of each one. Let's take a little 1 minute break, because I think, did we just do a break? Okay. Just need to do a quick bio break. So like, let's do a quick break. And then we'll go into all of these right when we get back. We'll be back. All right, I think ad break is over, if I did this right. Oh, is it New Year's in Chicago? Happy New Year's! We'll be saying all night, Happy New Year's, Happy New Year's! This is every hour, just to cover your bases. Just say Happy New Year's, and you'll be covered perfectly. All right, so let's see here. Let's go through this other stuff first. Okay, so first up, we were playing at the very beginning of this year. We were playing I was gonna say Revenant Evil, not Revenant. We were playing Soul Reaver 1 and 2. So they had re-released the 2 games remastered. We played it. I kind of feel like, I don't know if these are better for people that have already experienced the game. I don't know if they would really hit the same for somebody playing it new now. Because one thing I found was like, some elements did not age well. Let's just put it at that. The 3D platforming of like the early, like the PlayStation 1 era and even some of PlayStation 2, it's like, you almost kind of take for granted how much better some games handle now. And when you play like one of these older games and you're frustrated with like, no, I didn't want to go that way. Why is it going this way? It's like, what the fuck? I felt like that happened a lot with the first Soul Reaver and maybe a little bit less with the second one. But I remember the second one having some issues with like just trying to figure out like, where the fuck am I supposed to go now? Because some of the, you know, not that I need some little objective marker to be like, go here, but like a lot of the areas sometimes would need double backing. You know, like, oh, you go here and then you're gonna have to come back this other way and then you're gonna have to go here. And it wouldn't always be like super clear, like, oh, okay, now we need to do this. And I remember distinctly checking the map, and all the map said was like the basic, like, get this thing. And I'm like, great, I don't know where the fuck I'm supposed to go. One of the strongest points in this series was always like the almost Shakespearean dialogue that would happen during like the cutscenes and stuff. And I think that still feels more or less the same, like since it was written by Amy Hennig, who went on to do the Uncharted games. So it has its own vibe for sure, and I think that's what's let it kind of not necessarily stand the test of time, but like last as long as it has. But I do also think like it would be improved by having like a proper remake to have some like quality of life issues kind of adjusted, like a better map, better control. Yeah, even some of this looks rough. It's just looking at me like struggling with some of this combat. But yeah, I've got a few friends in Europe who've been texting you Happy New Year like 6 to 7 hours before midnight. Yeah, it must feel weird, like it's not actually New Year's for me yet, but you know it will be, so. But yeah, so I feel like if we're looking at Soul Reaver 1 and 2, so the categories I have here are a lot simpler than what we had for the Bad Movie Night stuff. Just basically, I will make you try this, which is me saying like, you should play this game. If there was a way I could force you to sit down and play this game, I would. The next one down is a solid game overall. You know, not too much to say, but it's like, it's a good game. This one is it has potential. So it's not perfect, but there's something about it that like makes it worth it. It was fine. It's one of those things kind of almost like in the other category where I was like, it was a movie, you know? It's not offensive, but it's also not like, I don't know. It's not gonna like necessarily win any awards for people. And then No Thanks, which is just like, I don't think I want to play this game again. Which I'm sure we all know which game that's going to be from this list. So I think Soul Reaver 1 and 2 is kind of tricky for me because it's like, it obviously is in the potential category because it had ideas that weren't really done before. Because like, for example, one thing, I'm going to put this down for a second. One thing that's so cool about the Soul Reaver series is shifting from the etheric, is it etheric? Like the spectral and the physical realms. Because stuff changes in real time going from one to the other one. And I have not really seen a ton of games do that. Ironically, when we played something like Alan Wake 2, and you do the stuff where you change the story plots, and you see stuff change in real time, that's maybe the closest thing we've seen, really, so far, that's kind of reminiscent of, like, that kind of concept. But even that, it's like you can only do that in specific sections of areas. Whereas in Soul Reaver, wherever the hell you were, if you switched to the spectral realm, just stuff would change. I like that you imply that only one game. Well, definitely one game. It's a guaranteed one game is going to go at the bottom. But if it wasn't, since I'm putting these as a singular title, it's going to drop down one to it has potential. If this was maybe just Soul Reaver 2, I could say solid game overall. But I feel like out of the two of these games, Soul Reaver 1 is not aged nearly as well. It's showing its age. Okay. So then next up, Kingdom Hearts 2. Let's see. I'm trying to get footage for each one of these. Oh, there's the dancing Raziel. Kingdom Hearts 2 might be like my favorite of the Kingdom Hearts. I don't think that's a hot take. I think probably a lot of people feel like Kingdom Hearts 2 is their favorite one. I mean, obviously you need the first one to start everything off. And then there were more after that, like the handheld games and stuff that some of which got converted to like console versions. Like I think Chain of Memories or whatever it's called. But 2 is like consistently the most fun one to play. To me. I played all of 3 and I kind of was disappointed. Like if you guys played 3, it came out so long after that it already felt disconnected from the first 2 games. And the story got even more obtuse. You can already see it start to not make sense in this game, unfortunately. But it like really doesn't make any fucking sense in 3. And I think that's the case also because they expect just magically that you've played every single Kingdom Hearts game, not just the numbered ones, prior to 3, so that you just know who every character is. And they don't make any fucking attempt to like bring you up to speed on who all these other organization people are with different hair colors and shit. At least in 2, they kind of introduced some of them. Yeah, and for what? Even the places they pick. This is actually this is turning into not a Kingdom Hearts 2 discussion and a ragging on Kingdom Hearts 3 discussion. No, but 2 I think is like the fucking perfect Kingdom Hearts game. The gameplay is fun. The worlds that they pick are great. I mean, not even including the fact that I'm ridiculously biased to Space Paranoids, but like the other planets, whatever, are good choices as well. Which is, I cannot say the same for Kingdom Hearts 3, where it's like, what, the Tangled world was just like some poor Square animators having to reanimate a Disney movie. Because like so many of the cutscenes were like almost shot for shot the same as the fucking actual Tangled movie. And Frozen, and like the Big Hero 6 level, which was just a big ass empty city. Like very disappointing. Tons of money and time went into it for sure. But Jesus, which was BBS? Is that one of the in-between games too? 3 was the nail in the coffin for you? Yeah. I mean, 4, I guess, is still coming out because they at some point showed little clips of, it's like Sora in Tokyo or something. But the problem is, if you guys noticed, they had little to no like actual Final Fantasy characters in Kingdom Hearts 3. It was all Disney stuff. Like, I don't like how they really unbalanced the like cameo characters after 2. 2 was like the perfect combination of everybody. You get a little obscure characters, you get some of the nice mainstream ones, everybody's satisfied. But yeah, every environment was so empty except for Pirates. Pirates was like way too detailed, and then that stupid thing with the 300 crabs, I remember spending too much, I think that's the one I had to spend too much time in because of the stupid mission. And I'm like, can I just get off of the Pirates thing? No, you still got more story to do. Oh, there was the, like, Ratatouille minigame. Is that the one you're talking about? It was, like, Ratatouille and Scrooge McDuck? I don't actually remember what the hell you had to do for that. Was it, like, take pictures of food or something? But anyway, Kingdom Hearts 2 was a nice, nostalgic return. Oh, we got the little dancing Sora here. forgot I did that. I really went all out for this fucking ad break. You can't see it because I've cropped it, but like I even had the little like the information bar at the top, which is, it had it say ads in progress, and then I had to fucking learn how to put Sora in Blender and make him dance. Anyway, that's more off topic, but I would say if you didn't already have Kingdom Hearts 2, I would probably make you try it. I think that's pretty safe to say. It's at least a solid game, if not that. But I would think, like, if you were saying, like, oh, I just got a new game system or something, or I just got money on Steam, what do I do? Get Kingdom Hearts 2. You'll have a good time. Alright. Silent Hill 2. The remake. Now, full disclosure, I never fully... Like, I played through the first maybe couple of hours at the most of the original Silent Hill. I think Joe knows this. I think you were there when we played. We played a bit through it, and then for whatever reason, I just never finished it. So there's that. Oops. Switch back. It was really well done, which kind of surprises me because when I hear about what Bloober, the company, the studio did before this, it sounds like a lot of their previous games are not very good. So I'm not sure what they did to get like a home run with the remake, but hopefully they continue whatever this is for the Silent Hill 1 remake. It didn't help that when I played Kingdom Hearts 3, I was just coming off of playing The Legend of Heroes, which tells a far more cohesive story. Is Legend of Heroes also Kingdom Hearts related? Not enough people hate the Pooh level. I wanted to get out of 100 Acre Wood, but I think you have to keep going back into it for various narrative reasons, right? It felt weirdly detached. Maybe that's the one negative I could think of, like, even Kingdom Hearts 2, like, having to go back into the book every now and then. How we're supposed to be good friends with Pooh, even though he just never like remembers us half the time. But yeah, so Silent Hill 2 was really good. I know, I know Joe is giving me shit for. I don't actually think James Sunderland is like attractive, but his actor is. so it was a little distracting to me sometimes because it's like, you know, they scan their faces and they use their full facial like PCAP performance. Yeah, the spray bottle. Was that when I started the spray bottle emote or channel point thing? I think it was. Oh my god, it showed up. Wait, did somebody do that in the? Oh no, that I thought that was in the gameplay video. But no, okay. Thank you, Cryptic. But I really thought that all the performances were really good. Visually it looked fucking great. It scared the shit out of me. This is really creepy. And we were checking out the different endings and stuff, and I really liked how not only did they seem to have the same endings from like the original, but they also added like one or two of like their own. So like it would give you something new, you know, if you were somebody that liked the original game and you wanted like to see if they had something like different with this one. I'm glad this redeemed Bloober for people. The medium got deserved criticism for some things, but it was like seriously harsh. Was that their previous game? I need to look at that sometime. But whoever they got for this one, it's pretty solid. I would say, let's see here. I think it's pretty easy to say solid game overall, honestly. It has some weird ideas about certain characters though. In the medium? Like what do you mean? Or I guess maybe that would be spoilery to mention it. No separate story, but all of the games are connected in a much better way than Kingdom Hearts. Oh, I see. Yeah, one thing I'll say about Kingdom Hearts, I don't know if it's Nomura making the story or whatever, but somebody on that team must clearly think that it makes sense. It just doesn't make any fucking sense. And you can't just wave it away by being like, it's about heart, it's about friendship. Or whatever they always say in Kingdom Hearts. It's like, but no, still, explain what the fuck is happening. How many people, so you're telling me like people have like of each person, there is also a heartless, a nobody, and maybe something else, I can't remember. and then some people have none of them, and some only have one, and like, how does this work? Why is there a big heart in the sky? Is that somehow related to that? Why is that there? It's like there's these visuals that show up, and they just don't explain it, like a fucking Kojima game, where it's just like, we're just putting this here because it looks interesting. Mental health stuff and who should feel guilt about things. Oh, I see. I hope they come back to the medium. It has potential as a franchise. Well, if they're getting a lot of good money, you know, profits from these remakes, maybe they can use that towards their own IPs, I hope. But yeah. Okay. Now the fun ones. Resident Evil 2 and Resident Evil 4. I feel like, maybe I'm crazy, but I feel like Resident Evil 4 is probably overall more popular than 2. I mean, 2 is well known, but the memes and stuff I always see usually come from 4. Like, there's some big differences between, like, 2 felt legitimately scary at many points, but 4 is very much the, like, here's the old tired action hero in this land where he's a stranger in a strange land and there's monsters, and yes, it's difficult and the odds are against him, but it's not, like, scary. Or at least I didn't find it scary. Which one has Chris punching a rock? I think that's 5, and that's the one that we will actually be playing, are we gonna be playing it on Saturday, maybe? Resident Evil 5 will be the first official game for the new year, so if I can get my shit together, I think I'll set up something for Saturday, actually. But yeah, 2, I personally have super nostalgia for the original Resident Evil 2, because that was my favorite of the OG games. And you know, the previous year we played 1, 2, and 3, like the original versions, plus the randomizer of 2, which was a lot of fun. But this 2 remake is really good. Like, it actually made me pretty frightened, as you guys probably saw when I had that. I did that little edited together video of the jump scare things from Resident Evil 2. I was like, it's like fucking Mr. X. Mr. X is way scarier in this than he ever was in the original one. Not to mention, he shows up so much earlier. In the original one, I think he only shows up in the second scenario, not the first. But in this one, it's both, and it's like, I'm just in hell this whole time. But the controls are really good. Music's great. Like, atmosphere is fucking great. I really wish they'd... So yeah, that's my only complaint, is I really liked the way they did the scenario arrangement in the original, where it's like, this is Claire. Like, so if you do Leon first, then Claire, or Claire first, then Leon, some things that happen are actually different because you're doing one in a different order. Whereas in this remake, picking one first causes some kind of things to happen differently, but it's more treated like this is what happened instead of, like, this is part 2 of what happened with the first person scenario. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like a true continuation. It's more of like whatchamacallit, like in an alternate reality it happened differently. But yeah, in RE4, a few of the helmet of the suit of armor flies off. Yeah, the armored tentacle guys were also scary too. That was a good sequence also. Yeah, it was, yeah, for this, it's more like each scenario is like an alternate perspective on what happened. But like in the original, some of this stuff is happening at the same time, and they're slightly offset. Like, for example, around the time that Leon douses the helicopter that was on fire with, like, water or something to take out the flame, that then opens up that area for Claire in her scenario to go through and like continue into that section. So like there's more of a connective tissue in the original that there kind of isn't as much of in this one. And I'm not sure why they did it differently. It's obviously more work, I guess, because the other one was 2 different combinations, whether you start as Claire first or you start as Leon first. And in this one, it feels like there's less of a, mix and match combination. But other than that, everything else is really good, like visually. So I would say, Resident Evil 2 is definitely a solid game. Kind of like no notes, basically. I don't know if I'd necessarily say you have to try it. You know what? Okay, I'm sure this is a hot take, but in terms of what they bring to the table, I would say that Resident Evil 2, you should totally try, and 4 is the solid game. Because I feel like 4, because it's less scary, and because it has some elements that kind of remind me of other sort of like third-person shooters, it's not quite as like unique. I'm not saying it's bad, it's excellent. I had actually a really fucking fun time playing it. But like, I feel like this one feels more like the unique experience, and it's scarier. So if you wanted something that would kind of stay with you longer, I think maybe Resident Evil 2 would do it rather than 4. I feel like 4 is the one that everybody always does, like the crazy, like 10-minute speed run kind of things, where like nobody takes it as like quite as seriously as the stuff that happens in 2. I might be wrong. That's just kind of my interpretation, right? So yeah, that was those 2. And I guess I don't have to show the Resident Evil. I don't know how hot a take that is, but as a spectator, that's an interesting take to me. Did you think that 4 was more of a must-play than like 2 was? I feel like 2 has that kind of experience that like it feels like a very intimate, creepy experience, and I feel like everybody should try to like. There's always a lot of games that are either just horror games or just action games, and 2 is a nice, it like straddles that line kind of nicely, and like it kind of empowers you enough so that you don't feel like you're just going to be constantly stomped by every monster, but you also still feel like scared, and like you're very aware of like how human and vulnerable and fragile you are at any given point. Yeah, RE2 also was the blueprint that justified the remakes, because if RE2 hadn't done well as a remake, they definitely wouldn't have bothered with 4 probably. 4 does have memeable characters. Actually, it has memes, and again, I feel like I really liked watching the streams of 4. Yeah, 4 is it's so funny because 4 is fun to watch. It's fun as shit to play. And also a lot of the ridiculous moments happen in 4. Like all the over the top drama between was it Krauser and Leon, and like the stuff with the little, what's his face? The fucking little guy that's like the lead of the Las Plagas, and like there's if you play the original RE4, it's even funnier because they take it even less seriously in that one. in the remake 4, it feels like they try to make it feel a little bit more legit, like somewhat more serious. Like what's his face? Luis is more serious and kind of, in my opinion, better in the RE4 remake than he was in the RE4 original. Because remember, he says that weird shit about not Sherry, oh my god, why am I blanking on her name? What's her face having ballistics? Like, it's he obviously doesn't say that shit in the remake. So there's a difference there, right? 4 hits different after recent breakup depression. Yeah. Well, I really wonder how Leon's gonna be in Resident Evil 9, because it looks like they took how he was changed in RE4 remake and like they just shifted him even more to like the drained, jaded, traumatized, like ex-warrior, kind of character. In the original RE4, he's not nearly that traumatized. Is this a guy going like, it's 11, you know, like one of those like cartoon Flintstones, like pterodactyl birds. Their vibe is so different. It's so funny. At some point, maybe I should play OG RE4 just so you guys, if you haven't seen it before, you see the difference, because it really is. Okay. Now we get to everybody's favorite, the Remedy games. Not like I don't talk about Alan Wake games enough, am I right? But Alan Wake, Control, and Alan Wake 2. I'm gonna be mean to Alan Wake 1, okay? Because, good lord, the combat in that shit fucking...
Stephen King once wrote that nightmares exist outside of logic, and there's little fun to be had in explanations. They're antithetical to the poetry of fear.
Yes, thank you, Alan. Look at him even in this footage. Dude is like a true stay-at-home writer. He can sprint for like 10 seconds and then he runs like this for the rest of the time. So the combat makes me want to rip my hair out. The controls are very sketchy. The thing that saves it for me is the story, because the story is interesting. The concept of a writer affecting reality, this whole dark place, like a lot of the stuff is fucking fascinating to me, at least. It's just surrounded by this shroud of like gameplay that you have to deal with to get to the stuff you actually want. So I would, it's tough because it's like, if I end up saying I would I would force you to play 2, doesn't that mean I would have to say I'd force you to play 1 so that you'd understand the context? I don't know. I don't know if I would do that to somebody. Because it's like, I do want everybody to play all the Alan Wake and Alan Wake adjacent games. But I always feel like I have to have the disclaimer of, this shit was made, like, just, not even in 2010, right? Or no, wait, was this 2010? This was made in a different era, you know? It looks different, it plays different. At least you have the driving. Yeah, the funny thing is, because it was relatively open world, the driving sections were kind of fun, because you could just run over shit and, like, go off in weird tangents and stuff. Like, it was actually a surprisingly open world for the kind of game that it is. And knowing what I know now about how they tried to make this an open world game initially, a lot of that design makes a lot of sense. Because they didn't just cut back on that stuff when they decided not to make an open world. They just left it as it was. So, yeah. So, man. This is the tough one, because it's like... I would say... This is going to seem so... so stupid of me. I would say it has potential because of that. The story is the potential, and it pays off obviously later. But I have to dock it a lot of points for the gameplay. Because it's like pulling teeth. And when I was watching, I was like, I was doing a Principal Skinner moment where I'm like, is it me? Am I wrong? And I was watching other streamers. I did this for like a couple days. I was watching a couple of the streamers play Alan Wake 1, and they all complained about the same shit that I complained about. I'm like, no, I'm correct. These are the problems with this game, because I'm not the only person that's saying this wrong things with this design. Thankfully, that doesn't appear later. You know, they kind of address that stuff with the later games, but it's sure as hell still in the first game. Okay, so Control. Control is a nice breath of fresh air by comparison, because it came out later. They had already, chronologically, they had already worked on Quantum Break. So they had kind of worked out a lot of the kinks of, like, different kinds of gameplay, more dynamic, more action, working in powers and stuff. So I feel like I enjoyed playing Control way more than Alan Wake 1. Yeah, isn't it great? It's 10 years old. Still looks really great. The whole brutalist look is so fucking cool. For this part of the series. The only thing I would say is a problem is, and this is subjective, I didn't think a lot of people complain there's too many cutscenes in games. I feel like there kind of weren't enough in Control, or more accurately, the kinds of cutscenes they have in Control are very boring. It's literally two people sitting down, shot reverse shot, talking to each other, which is not interesting. That's weird. Why is Ati's turned around? I guess distracted by the footage. But the content is super interesting. The story, the mysteriousness of FBC and the objects of power, all that shit. Threshold Kids. The thing that they do in Spades that's excellent is all this in-world content, like the stuff on the TVs and the stuff on the, like, you just see as you're moving around. You get that natural narrative stuff that's not in a cutscene. That's great. But whenever they do have a cutscene, that's always where I think that's the weakest point, because they could look. I'm biased. They could look more dynamic and interesting, but sometimes they just don't. I do think that they did this better a little bit in Alan Wake 2. So it's like with each game, I see that they are learning and picking up stuff from the prior game that was like maybe a little weaker and tweaking it and making it better. So that's great. That shows that they're not being stagnant with like their game design. But it's, I don't know. I think most people like the gameplay in Control, but I think one of the things that was a bit of a failing was I distinctly realized at a certain point that using my weapon was kind of a waste of time, and that if I just kept adding augments to like my powers, I was way more powerful. And then it's like, why am I carrying this weapon around? So I don't know if that was the intention. What's funny is, once again, maybe they learned from that, because when you saw the trailer for Control Resonant or whatever, the second game that's coming up, it looks like it's all powers. Because he has like that crazy stick that turns into like a big staff or something, and he's doing lots of melee and like power related shit. So like maybe they really picked up on the fact that people were like, this gun is not really doing anything for me. And then they went in the direction of the powers, which I think is smart. But I guess we'll find out when it actually comes out. But other than that, like, I like Jesse as a character, the protagonist. I thought it was a really good game. So I would say, like, I think this is easily, like, solid game overall. I'm almost wanting to make it, I will make you try this. But I almost feel like I don't need to, just because a lot of people I know have already played it. It's like, maybe I don't have to like make you try it, because people know it's good enough that people have dabbled with it at this point. But I think at bare minimum, it's a really solid game overall. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Oh, did we just have an ad break and I didn't even notice? I think we did. Oh well, that's fine. Alright, the one that everyone's gonna roll their eyes at is Alan Wake 2. This is where, like, my bias really shines, I'm sure. I would make people try Control. Yeah. You know what? I should just say that. Because you really should try it, at the very least. It's really interesting. And for people that don't generally like maybe the previous Remedy kind of games, I feel like you'd find something that you like in this. But yeah. So... Alan Wake. Good old Alan Wake. I think it's fine that you were fully obsessed. It made it fun to watch. I'm glad. If people enjoyed watching it, I'm very glad. Alan Wake 2, I feel like I have to almost say, like, I will make you try it because not enough people played it. And I think that's like a fucking tragedy. But I almost made a category in the tier list that was for like, this is super niche or something, but I couldn't figure out how to word it and where to put it, relatively speaking, in the categories. Because I understand, like, not everybody's gonna like what Alan Wake 2 is offering. It's a very specific experience. And it might not hit well with everybody. Like, because it demands your attention. Like, there's a lot of narrative, and there's a lot of, like, you figuring out the pieces. Because it doesn't tell you. I think this is one thing that some people were a little frustrated about. It doesn't, like, just give you all the answers. We were doing, remember, we did a lot of talking about, like, what does this mean? What does that mean? Ooh, you know? And maybe some of the things we were kind of right about, but we're not 100% sure. Because it's one of those games where it's like, it will never just tell you outright what the answer is. It'll slightly lead you to the spot where you could figure it out, but you'll never really get confirmation as to whether you're right or wrong. You just have to have, like, confidence in your own deductive reasoning that you figured out what they're trying to tell you. And some people don't like that. But I thought it was a really interesting experience. Like, as you can see, even with this obvious example, like, the whole mixed media approach of the Alan Wake stuff is always fascinating as fuck to me. Like, nothing's off limits. Live action, in-game, just like reality warping stuff. It's like anything is possible, technically, in the universe and in the game itself, which I really, like, respect a lot. And like I said before, the difference between, like, Sam Lake doing this and, like, someone like Kojima doing Death Stranding is, like, this still feels like there's a rhyme and reason to it, whereas a lot of the stuff in Death Stranding feels like just doing it to be weird. It evolved beyond trying to be Lynchian and became itself. Yeah, so, like, Alan Wake 1, no big surprise, is very Twin Peaks. Like, almost blatantly. So, Alan Wake 2 takes the Twin Peaks base and says, I'm gonna make my own little thing now. It's spinning off into its own thing now. Which is good. So it's growing, you know, it's becoming its own thing properly, which I appreciate. I hope they'll make another one. I don't know. I mean, this one finally got them a profit eventually. And yeah, the exclusivity shit with Epic did not help them, because just think if it had been on Steam, or it still isn't on Steam, right? So, like, you're excluding yourself quite a bit from a lot of a possible audience. I caught a replay of Alan Wake 2 DLC the other day. There was a cute Quantum Break Easter egg when not Tim Breaker's trying to make it past it, not Jesse. She says something good. Oh yeah, that's, like, you feel very rewarded where they will have these little I need more noise. They will have this little reference to a different Remedy product, but you're not necessarily punished if you don't know the reference. It just passes by. It's not crucial. But if you do know the reference, you're like, it's a little treat for me. I know what the fuck's happening now. You know, like, I like that kind of thing. Instead of something like Kingdom Hearts where it's like a major character that I don't know who the fuck this is, there's no reference to it, and then they just say, like, well, too bad, fucko, you don't know who this is. I guess you'll never know. So yeah, okay. Then, long story short, too long, didn't read. I would make you try this. I would drag you kicking and screaming to sit in a comfy desk chair and play Alan Wake 2 for at least an hour. Okay, now we get to shift gears a bit and do some. Yeah, I know, shocking, right? That's why I said, like, everybody knows this is coming. You know it, I know it, everybody knows it. It's here, and that's what I'm gonna make you guys play. Okay, we take a little step backwards, and we go into some retro games. Both of these I had already played before. I wanted to spend a little time kind of, you know, showing, because I was sort of surprised a lot of people haven't played a lot of Sierra games. Probably because most of the people watching are younger than me. So they just didn't experience these things before. Oops, hold on a second. Shit. And so we have King's Quest 6 and we have Quest for Glory 1. Girl in the Tower is such an obnoxious song, but I kind of love it. I remember I knew it was happening when the credits were starting, but I think a lot of people that had never seen 6 didn't. And so when it played, it's like, what is this, like, Disney song happening? But yes, so King's Quest 6, for people that don't know, I feel like 5 was always the big one that most people either played or had seen or knew about, you know, King Graham. 6 was decently played, but I don't know if as many people played it. It's with his son, Alexander. And it's kind of charming because, as you can see, like, they did the thing where they would have, like, painted cutscenes with the little adjusted, you know, like, pixel moving mouths or little appendages. Like, sometimes, like, this guy, when he's pulling out his sword and only the sword arm moves. You know, like, very traditional kind of stuff. But also with a fun, like, point-and-click environment. The voice-acted quality adds, like, so much. They started it with King's Quest V. So they had voice stuff in King's Quest V, but then for 6, they had like actual recognizable voice talent like you would have heard from like animated shows and movies and stuff. Or at least I do, because I'm a nerd about that kind of thing. So that added like extra charm to it. Weapons grade charming. Yeah, the whole game is really cute. It's storybook stuff because it's about a prince trying to save a princess in a magical kingdom. The only problem is that it's encapsulated in the frustrating Sierra soft lock environment where, like, if you don't know exactly what you need to get and how you're supposed to use the items, you can many times soft lock yourself in the game and then not realize it until like hours later when you have to do some crucial thing and you're like, oh, I didn't get the thing. Can I go back to get the thing? No, I can't. Fuck. Like that was always like the meme with a lot of Sierra games where it's like you either needed to like check with a one of the little secret hint books or like have a walkthrough or something just to make sure you weren't like wasting time. Also a depiction of the Lord of the Dead. Let me see if I see it on here. He looked fucking cool. I remember at one point, and I missed my chance because at the time I was like in high school or something, so I didn't have the kind of money to buy it. But they had made a print of that shot with the Lord of the Dead that you could have bought. I never bought it, and I kind of wish I had. Where the fuck is it? Scanning through this. Oh yeah, here. This metal-ass looking dude. Chains, like tendons, bones, whatever the hell Geiger shit is happening in the back of his head there. Yeah. So, like, there was a lot of interesting thematic elements. A lot of things where they also, like, drew upon different myths from different cultures, which actually heavily feeds into Quest for Glory 1, and I'll talk about, like, afterwards. But I really liked the game. I'm also nostalgic for it because it was from, you know, my growing up, childhood, etc. So I feel like, I would say, personally, it's a solid game overall. Even looking past the soft lock issues of Sierra games, like, if you have a way to ensure that you don't accidentally soft lock yourself, it's a really solid series, and it's really fun. Now, well, I shouldn't say series, because right after this was King's Quest VII, where they went full Disney, where, like, everything was, like, hand animated to varying degrees of quality. I don't know if I can totally recommend that one. I feel like the reason why people usually know about 5 and 6 is because they're the best looking ones, honestly. And then we're not even going to speak about that weird 3D one that has that guy that's not even part of the King Graham family. It's like, was that Quest for Glory 8? It was like not even like a mainline game or something. Anyway, so Quest for Glory 1 is maybe one of my favorite like games kind of growing up, so this is maybe the most biased I'm gonna be. Again, a really charming series. The thing that I like even more than King's Quest is that it has the RPG aspect where you can level up your character, you have skills, magic spells you can learn. King's Quest, it's just purely puzzle stuff. You have inventory, you use the inventory in some such combination of ways to achieve a goal. In this, you have stamina, you can train yourself in certain like attributes and whatnot. Like, you can pick different jobs. I always thought the thief was the most broken job because For every job you can add, was it like 5 to 15 points and pick up other skills. So the smart thing to do, instead of be a magic user or a fighter, is to be a thief and then just add the extra points to get some of the skills from the other jobs so that you're essentially a jack of all trades. And then that really pays off in dividends down the road, because the other fucking awesome thing about this series is that they let you use your save game from the previous games to import into the next Quest for Glory game, so that you would keep using the same character that you built out and keep adding to the character. And then you could turn him into a paladin at one point, all other cool shit, like in Quest for Glory 4. We have to play 4 at some point because it has voice acting with recognizable talent, and it's great. Has Jennifer Hale in it. I did a magic user run in QFG 5. Dude, 5? Okay. Dragonfire? It's okay. I'm such a bitch about 5 because it was such a visual departure for me that I was like, why can't it just look like the other games? Why is this weird? It's this weird like pseudo 3D thing, even though it's like still flat. Entire series deserves more eyes on it. It really does. King's Quest was the more famous one, but in my opinion, Quest for Glory is the better made game. Also, it was much harder to softlock. I feel like you had more routes to get to the ending in Quest for Glory than you did in King's Quest. In Quest for Glory, you could skip entire side sections of content. Like, I think you could skip... Did you skip meeting Baba Yaga? I think maybe you could. Like, there are some things you could do, like if you wanted to speed run to the end, basically, that you could never do in King's Quest. Yes, Cryptic. So like your stats would carry over from saves from one game to the next, which is pretty rare. I feel like even in modern games they don't tend. Like look at the Final Fantasy VII remake games. They, I guess, couldn't figure out a way of carrying over your save stuff. So every time you play, you know, from remake to rebirth, you start at basically 0 again, which is super annoying to somebody like me that's a completionist that got all the summons and all the materia and all this shit. And it's like, but now I don't have any of that for the next game. Like, what the fuck? Dude, if the remake... Well, I guess maybe the other reason why the remake games don't carry over is you'd be maybe too overpowered and they'd have to figure out some way of, like, weakening that in the next game so it wouldn't just be, like, super easy mode if you were a big completionist in the previous game. The leap to 3D is a rough one. Not everyone sticks to landing. Yeah, and then some of the characters just looked fucking weird in Dragonfire that were, like, characters you were supposed to know from before. Like, I didn't like their 3D versions of themselves. But yeah. So if it was me, because I feel like this is one of the games that has not gotten its time in the sun the way that like other Sierra games has, I would probably try to make you play it. And you'd probably have a good time, honestly, but I would make you try it. Okay. Gabriel Knight 3? Yeah, that's the... Well, wasn't Gabriel Knight 3 out around the same time as Dragonfire? Because they both have that similar visual quality, don't they? Like in 3D. I could be wrong. It has some charm, at least. I mean, the one cool thing I will say about Dragonfire is that it rewards you from having played all the previous games. Because, like, characters from other games make a return. Some plot lines and aspects come back. So, like, it rewards you for knowing what the hell happened and having played the previous ones. Because you could just jump in from the 5th game onwards. Well, not onwards, just the 5th game. But then you wouldn't really know the relevance of these characters. Quest for Glory also had a great sense of humor. Yeah, Trespassers will be towed. Their sense of humor, especially with, like, word jokes and stuff, puns and things, of course, because of course Crimson would pick up on those, were better than King's Quest. King's Quest had some good puns, but I feel like Quest for Glory had much better ones. But okay, all right, the one that everyone's gonna love, good old Expedition 33. I'm not gonna rip into Expedition 33. I know that's the expected thing, right? I do think it's funny, like, they got so much exposure. All the awards, all the sweeps, you know. So good for them. It's a small team, and this is their first major success, so hopefully they keep up with it, and, you know, this isn't their last game. They make more and more, you know, cool games. I just feel like it came out at a time where there was not a lot of other stuff to compete with it, because everything else is very samey and derivative of previous things. So this was like the fresh thing at the time, and I feel like that maybe boosted its value more than it would have if we were in an environment where there were lots of unique games coming out, if that makes sense. It stood out because of that, to me. I enjoyed the gameplay. As you guys saw, I played quite a bit of it. One thing I would say is a problem, and I would hope people wouldn't disagree with me on this, is the game does not do a very good job of telling you what is mainline story stuff and what is like super optional. There's a couple things that they kind of hint like, oh, you don't need to do this necessarily. But I was assuming like, oh, I need to go to these places and kill all this stuff. And it was getting like really difficult. And I was like, what the fuck is going on here? These are hard. And I find out later there's optional areas that are just purposely really fucking hard. And then you go back to the story and you're just destroying everything in the story. So it's like, I would have liked to have known an optimal progression through it, so I would feel like I'm properly ramping up and not just going super hardcore and then just like slapping everything silly when I go back to like the story fights. So that I think is maybe the biggest like failing I would see. Like there's other games that do much better jobs of like indicating to you like you can either come back to this later, because like that's the other thing, they don't indicate like, not all games let you have like an open world, like, cool, now do whatever you want once the game is over. There are some games where like once you get the credits, that's fucking it. Like you got to start over the game if you want to get back into the world. So I didn't know that I would be able to go back in and do things after the fact. So I did way too much stuff before the fact, fighting hard battles that were like, took a while to get through. So if they do another game, I would hope that they kind of learn from that and have that, I don't know what you call it, character guidance or player guidance or something, a little bit more natural. So like people don't kill themselves trying to think like, I have to kill all this stuff? Oh man. Because that can make the game less fun for people when they get frustrated by that. I also think this is nothing on the game itself. Maybe this is me calling out other gamers. You have your choice of the different endings. I'm not saying that you don't. But I am saying that it's very interesting to me that the narrative is clearly guiding you towards what one of the endings should be. Like the narrative about grief and about overcoming the feeling of loss and moving past it and growing and accepting. And then it gives you the option to completely not do any of that and just live in a fucking fantasy. And everybody acts like that's the correct one to pick. And it's like, but the entire story is trying to tell you, like, to move on is to heal. And to move on is difficult, but it is the ultimately the thing that's best for everyone, and is less like it's less self-harming in the long run because you're not deceiving yourself. So whenever there's the argument saying that like one particular ending is better than the other one, it's like, I guess, I mean, for choices, sure, to give the person the choice, great. But, you know, Mass Effect in those series also sometimes let you get the choice of being like the super supreme asshole. And you know, like, that's not really what you should be doing, but it's the one it lets you do. It doesn't help any post-game headcanon of Mael's villain arc after a few... I mean, if they actually had a sequel where Mael is like a villain... that would be fucking fascinating. I would actually I hadn't even thought about that. If they turned her into like a villain, sure, sign me up. That's kind of interesting. I want to see where that would go, honestly. But a lot of the people that choose her ending aren't choosing it necessarily with the hope of a villain arc. They're thinking like, oh, now I get all my favorite buddy friends, even though it's keeping an entire family from moving on, and it's not helping me ultimately at all, because now I'm going to die of a disease that I'm accepting, and I'm not allowing somebody's soul to rest. And then there's like a whole bunch laundry list of things that are like, I really appreciate what they did with this game, and I understand why it won all the awards, but it hit on two particular story beats, tropes, and that you personally despise. Is it like what I'm saying though, like about the refusal to like refusal of acceptance or whatever? I'm just saying I tried to pick up the beats of what I felt the story was trying to guide me gently to, and I was like, well, this one feels like what the story is telling me to do. Like, this is how you heal, ultimately. And the other one is how you refuse to heal. How you just think that you're healing, but you're not. To my credit, I didn't fully understand the consequences of choosing Miles' ending, because me and I didn't realize how fucked up it was. Wouldn't be the first time I mean, it's kind of interesting to pick the ending and then realize the ramifications after doing so. So, like, in that respect, it's kind of cool that they let you do that, and you could be like, oh, fuck. You know, like, potentially. Instead of being like, yeah, that's the right way to do it. I don't like how they depicted the tone of the two endings. One is clearly more positive note than the other, so it does kind of go against the writer's intention to have a canon ending. Yeah, when they said there was a canon ending, I was like, oh, there isn't a canon ending. I was like, are you sure? Because this really feels like one of these is more intended. I think you're right, Cryptic. Like, anybody that thinks the black and white ending is as positive as the other one is in denial themselves, because it's kind of like got horror tone to it. Like, the discordant piano keys at one point and the stuff on her face. It's like, that's not the happy ending at all. Verso's ending was definitely the correct one, but I had no Lumina in him that at that point had to run with. Oh, did you? So you just did it out of pure like practicality. I accidentally refused an ending from Star Child. Yeah, so what if Mass Effect let you just shoot the Star Child without any repercussions instead of fucking up your entire game? I was gonna reload and pick the other. I think realistically most people will do one ending and then they go back and then they do the other one. I'm sure there's very few people that just pick the one ending and says, oh, I'm satisfied, I'm just gonna turn this off now. One is an ending and the other is an ending, but French people are judging you. You know, Joe, that might be the most perfect way to describe that. They are absolutely judging you with the way that like the Mael ending is like presented. They can say in, you know, press interviews and stuff that it's not, but when you watch it with your eyes, it's absolutely judgment. I personally prefer Mael's ending in spite of the tone they depicted. Thinking of the Star Child just ruins my... Dude, thinking of the Star Child, I think will ruin anybody's mood. Okay, so anyway, long story short, talking about Expedition 3, I think it's a solid game. I'm not going to say that it's not just because of my own personal feelings about like the ending or whatever. As a whole, I think it's a very solid game. I would not necessarily make you try it just because I think I'm in the camp that like I'm not thinking it's doing anything like revolutionary. I'm still old enough to remember other games that have timed attacks and like, you know, that sort of thing with turn-based fights and stuff. So it's like, I guess younger folks haven't played a lot of those, so they don't really know. Like, this has more, it's like the timed attacks of older games mixed with like the severity of like a Soulsborne game. Like if you fuck up. But like, it's not like brand new. One of the other things which I would not put it into the top category is here is I don't really like the style. I have an issue with the visual style. I understand narratively why the style looks the way it does, you know, painting, but I just don't like how it looks. And that's completely subjective. I just think that sometimes it kind of looks like, you know, if somebody grabs a bunch of different art assets and just like dumps them into like one area. It's just not my style, honestly. The characters look okay. Just not that, like, the world is a bit too mishmash for me, if that makes sense. Oh, hey, Wisewind. Yeah, the enemies were kind of... Some of the enemies I thought looked cool. Other ones felt like I don't know what this is supposed to be. Like, I guess thematically it makes sense that they're not all necessarily super coherent, because it's like maybe stream of consciousness painting or something. But I do like games where there's a more distinct kind of vibe. Art direction was 1 of 2 awards. I would have been fine going to another game. Yeah, that an indie game. I think it's no surprise that they were going to do some kind of sweep of the awards. I think it was kind of shitty that they were still in the indie category when it was obvious that they were going to get every goddamn award, and you're not, like, at least allowing the actual indie games to, like, have a shot at getting some kind of award, because they're clearly not going to be in the running for any of the other ones. But yeah. Anyway, so that's Expedition 33. Now we get into the slightly more complicated one, because it's just so... I don't know. I feel like I wish I had the category from the other tier list where it's like an attempt was made. I'm talking about Quantum Break. Quantum Break. Interesting concept. Ultimately, though, like, you can see the framework of what would become Control. Yeah, firm potential, right? Again, very unusual concept of adjacent live action segments with gameplay segments, and very CW acting quality in the live action segments, by the way. But an interesting experiment. And also interesting that while they could have gone further with it, they actually let you have those moments where you actually play as the bad guy making a choice. So it helps sympathize, or make not sympathize, it helps you empathize a little bit more with the bad guy's positioning, but it kind of doesn't go far enough. I would have liked a little bit more. We only get like little snippets of those moments, and it kind of doesn't go far enough for me. I was stunned when they put actual TV show in between levels. Yeah, and for me, I know I was reading some people were having trouble getting those ones to show up. I don't think we did. I think all of them played fine for me, which is good. Several attempts were made, not necessarily in concert. And it has the Remedy thing where there's fun little references. It has the infamous teaser for Saga Anderson, which starts a bunch of morons talking about how that's not Saga in Alan Wake 2, because it was like a white woman in the Quantum Break teaser, where even I was gonna say even Alan Wake, Sam Lake has literally been quoted as saying they had an idea at the time. It was not solidified. They had a few available actors, mocap actors, that day. They grabbed the available lady, had her as Saga Anderson, and shot the teaser. She was not ever going to be the actual actress. They were essentially doing like a proof of concept kind of thing with the teaser. But of course, everybody latches onto the fact, like, that's not the literal same actress that was in Alan Wake 2. Some DEI, bullshit. Actually, God, we're getting to the part right in the video here where he's gonna look at it. So that infinitely annoys the shit out of me. But whatever, people are people. It's like directing the story in a party game more than humanizing the character, which is cool. Yeah, so like if they had gone a little bit further with kind of understanding where the bad guy was coming from, I think you'd have a really interesting bad guy. He just wasn't quite there for me. And it's funny because they picked, what's his name? Aidan Gillian or whatever? I always forget his name. dude from Game of Thrones, he just kind of looks like a bad guy. So me trying to like sympathize with him is hard, especially after watching Game of Thrones. So that's just a me problem, I think, honestly. Yeah, it's the alarm bells for that kind of stuff. It's so stupid. This was just them trying to get interest in Alan Wake, because Alan Wake has always been Sam Lake's darling, understandably, and always trying to get more of that in there. Aidan Gillen, thank you. Didn't he just kind of look like he's evil? Perfect casting. Anyway. But it was an interesting concept. Some of the time effects are really fun, but as you guys noticed, like, some of the gameplay is like still pretty janky. And it, like it feels heavy. One of the nice things about Control is that because she floats and because, you know, there's other like gameplay elements at work, it feels light and like airy and like you feel like quick. There was something about, damn it, I forgot his name, Jack, that always kind of felt like he's a little too dumpy and heavy and like, I guess, human, right? Even though he has all these time powers that make crazy shit happen. Towards the end of the game, when you get a little bit more of the power, like, it feels better. But like the whole first half of the game, you feel a little almost like underpowered, I guess. But I also understand this was not necessarily the game that they wanted to make. My understanding was they needed funding, and Microsoft offered them the option of make a game for us, and then you could make the game you want to make afterwards. Like, it was the deal. So Sam Lake essentially had to forego making Alan Wake 2 at the time to make this game for Microsoft on the promise that they would get more money for the one he actually wanted to make. And then, as we know, it took quite a lot longer for him to make the game he wanted to make, you know, later. They just never quite put the threads tight enough. His whole trauma stems from being thrown to the end of time, but you, the player. Yeah, exactly. Like, Aidan Gillen's character explains a lot of this stuff. And he's a good actor, so you can kind of see, you know, when he's emoting, thinking back on that stuff, like in the live action, that there's something there, but we don't get to see it. We just hear about it from everybody. Plus the stuff that happens to, not Jessie, I forget what her name is, Beth? Beth's character in this is like a little too overly tragic. I swear to God, for a game where you could just do a bunch of time travel, them just being so dead set on, I guess we can't change the past, but we can't change the future, or whatever the fuck happened at the end. It's like, I think they still had the open ending of Jack is going to still try to save her anyway. But they seem so hard-coded in saying, like, but he's probably going to fail. It's like, why? Come on. We've seen enough time travel things to know that there's always some kind of wiggle room there to make it work. Some rule you can bend and not totally break. But anyway. Okay. So yeah. Quantum Break, I would say, it had potential. It kind of squandered it in some places, but what it brought to the table was interesting and it had potential. I feel like if some reason they made a second game, they would probably have learned a lot since then and make something better, but I'm pretty sure they just want to leave this in the past. I mean, the fact that they made Tim Breaker in Alan Wake 2 is pretty clear that it almost feels like they're trying to find a way of working some of that stuff out into properties that they fully own instead of having to ask permission from Microsoft to like do more of that stuff. But yeah. Oh man, here's the one I don't want to talk about. Now we gotta talk about Resident Evil 6. I should almost just preface this by just putting it in no thanks. No, I do kind of want to talk about it, but it was just funny because it's like why Capcom thought the answer for a series that was about horror and like survival and stuff was to make a blockbuster version of it is sort of beyond me, but maybe they were influenced by the movies at this point or something. It's just it's so much. Like, it's too, did they need to have Leon's story, and Chris's story, and Sherry's story, and kind of Ada's story. Like, if they had just picked one of those and spent actual time developing it, it probably would have turned out better. But because they just jam-packing so much shit in one game, it's too much. And then so it's like usually when people say like the negative version of jack of all trades, like a jack of all trades but a master of none, which is not the full quote, but that's usually the one like negative people like to use, like my old animation teacher. But yeah, so like the best one I guess is Leon's. Chris's scenario feels like it's like some spin-off kind of COD game, because everybody's like a soldier character. There's tons of weapons everywhere. Leon's one at least lets you go through different environments and it's still just the two of you, so it feels like more Resident Evil-y. Triple S tier. It sure put some serious effort into rendering giant chunks of raw fish. Oh yeah, there was that crazy... Was it a fish? What was that fight near the docks with Leon and Heather? Heather? Helena. Yeah. Leon and Helena that was like off the rails. That one, oh my god. This was probably user error. But when I was trying to use my controller to run across those panels in the water, it took us like a half hour because I kept falling in the water because it kept angling Leon. It's falling into the water. And then my husband was like, what the fuck is happening? But when we switched positions, I was able to run with his character to the end really fast. So something was not working. Oh yeah, the action icons are terrible. You see them all the time. This was around the time Capcom was going through it. A lot of the games they were putting out were kind of eh. Really? Did they have like different leadership or something? I'm just glad that like this was not what we got moving forward. What's funny is they were so recoiled from this that like, think about it. Going from 6 to 7 is such a drastic shift in tone and approach and visual. 7 was probably the biggest gamble because a first-person Resident Evil game with characters that didn't, come from previous Resident Evils, like they just were assuming, it's gonna flop anyway. Let's just make it crazy, and it ended up kind of working, I guess. But yeah, so this one is a major pass. I mean, I wouldn't even say, oh, if you're bored, maybe play it, because like you're probably just gonna get frustrated with it. A lot of the combat isn't consistent. There's QTEs all over the place. Characterization even of certain characters is kind of wacky. Leon's all extreme, like angsty emo boy. Chris has his super traumatized, depressed like storyline, which I guess kind of makes sense, but it feels like maybe a bit of a tonal whiplash going from like Resident Evil 5 to this version of Chris in 6. Right? He wasn't like traumatized in 5, right? This is the dude that was punching boulders. But whatever. Will Square do a similar pivot with Final Fantasy? I mean, whatever pivot they're doing is what they're doing with the 7 remakes, I think. Which is not the worst thing. Like, that became more action-oriented, but it still has a lot of the elements of, like, the action menus of, like, picking spells and having some semblance of a timer a little bit, but not really. It still feels enough Final Fantasy to me that I still liked it. I don't know if I can't speak for everybody, I guess. But yeah, I would say for this, I would probably skip it. Alright, Firebreak. Oh, man. I've been gushing about Remedy, so it probably feels really strange of me to switch gears and be like, you could skip this one? Like, you really could just fucking skip this one? It's fine. I appreciate what they tried to do with a co-op shooter, but and there's like some fun little FBC tidbits in there, but it's so forgettable. And I was really surprised that, like, within the first evening of playing it, I pretty much already got the gist of everything. Like, there wasn't enough different stuff to do in there that made me feel like, oh, I could play this for, like, weeks. No, not even weeks. Maybe a couple days, and then I already was like, I'm not touching this again. I can't remember if I refunded it. I don't think I did, but I just haven't played it again. Live service shooter totally screams Remedy. Well, what's weird is, like, I don't know if somebody forced them to make this, because also the team I don't think was the same that worked on this. It was like a slightly different team within Remedy. And, like, the quality of the combat was fine. Like, they had weird items that were kind of fun and strange, but they weren't, like, strange enough. I feel like FBC is so wacky with, like, the objects of power that, like, they weren't weird enough with the things you could do to make it feel, like, appropriate. It's like, oh, you can drop a thing of water and shoot it and it explodes and it wets people. It's like, is that weird, though? And then they almost have, like, a Team Fortress 2, like, dialogues on top of stuff, but it's not really, like Team Fortress 2 stuff is funny, and I feel like this one was never really, like, funny. I don't know. It felt like some kind of low-budget spin-off of, like, the mainline stuff, which I guess is what it is, to try to, you know, tide you over until something better, you know, comes along. Oh god, I had some slowdown when I played this one. This was early on, but yeah, he also had hitches because, you know, online live service. So, honestly, I would say for this one, it still exists, obviously, but it's an unfortunate pass for me. Firebreak has somewhat little content. It's like giving a kid a big single building block. I mean, it really kind of is, unfortunately. I was kind of shocked, actually, at, like, there's some other games where maybe it's not, like, a ton of content, but it still at least makes you want to keep playing it, and I was sort of surprised that once I tried, like, each level maybe 2 or 3 times, I'm like, I don't know if I need to keep playing this. Yeah, I'm not feeling that, like, compulsion that you need to feel, like, when you're playing these sorts of games. I played TF2 for, like, years. And sometimes it was the same goddamn Dust Bowl map. You know, like, that's the fact that I remember what that map is called. You know, and I haven't played it in a while, but, like, when I did play it, I played a lot of it. Some random person recently tried to message me over Steam saying, can I buy your TF2 inventory for $500? And I'm like, no. I'm never selling my inventory, even if I never play the game again. I'm not selling you my hats. So there's that. Anyway, moving on. Little Kitty, Big City. This was like a simple game, let's be honest. I'm not going to say it's like on the upper echelons of like what we've been playing, but it was really cute and it's very simple. You play as this little cat that gets stranded from their apartment. They need to get back up to their little skyscraper apartment complex to finish the game, but it's like a whole experience of trying to work your way up there, talking to other animals, stealing shit from people, causing a little kitty chaos. It's very cute. And somebody clearly owns a cat that made the game, because it's like they do little mannerisms and stuff that kind of remind you of like actual cats. It's adorable. Is it complicated? No, not really. Are the controls good? More or less. I was gonna say sometimes it has the same problem that a lot of kind of mid-range platforming games have, where it's like it doesn't always feel like accurate. Like some things like snap to certain spots sometimes, but it's fine, you know? The sewer warp zones, yeah, what was it? Was it like a... Where was it? If I can find it on here. There's like a little creature you talk to that lets you warp. And I can't remember which one it was, but it was cute. Let's see, what are my categories here again for this? I don't want to necessarily just say it was fine, because that almost feels dismissive. Oh, what track is playing? Because I can't hear it. Maybe it's a louder track. Let's see. The track's almost over though. I'll say it has potential. If they expanded on this, either with a bigger budget or I don't know, like I liked the game a lot. I thought it was really cute. It's a pretty quick game to play. We did it in just a couple hours, right? I kind of wanted to have like more. Like I really like the concept of just exploring as a cat, but I just I don't know. I feel like it's like a bare bones version of something that could be like added onto, like if they made a sequel or something. I'd even lean towards Solid. It's good. Well, the only reason why I wouldn't put it on Solid is that like I feel like there's a lot of polish that could be done in this game that wasn't, because it's like an indie title, I guess. Maybe they just didn't have the time also. I don't know what their production schedule is like. Because there's some things that are a little either simplistic or like slightly rough. Not to like a lower degree like this, but I feel like just a tiny bit more time to cook. But still, if you see it and it's cheap, like on sale or something, and you like cats, it's a fun time. Especially also if you got kids. Kids are gonna love this fucking game for sure. Yeah. Alright. And then we switched gears from that and we went into the most ridiculously like not complicated, but the game that surprised me the most, maybe from this entire list, Slay the Princess. Slay the Prince. I didn't know what the fuck to expect from Slay the Princess. I just know that a lot of people told me to play it. So I was like, okay. The narrator makes you feel like you're doing the Stanley Parable. But it's not. Let me switch to something where my double head isn't like there. It goes in these twists and turns that you're not expecting. Like, I always was kind of wondering, like, oh god, what's the ramification of the choice I'm gonna make? It's not like other games where you feel reliably sure, like, if I pick this, I'm gonna have this outcome. If I pick something in here, maybe it super blows up in my face, and I would never know it. So I was always really scared of like, oh god, I'm gonna fuck this up so bad. Because you actually start becoming like emotionally invested in the outcome of your like character, which is really hard to do, you know, to make a player like legitimately care about what happens to a fictional character. But like the acting was really amazing, considering they only had like, was it 3 or 4 people really, and they would be like different versions of themselves too. So, very well written, honestly. And the intricacies of like how complicated the dialogue trees and choices could be. Like I could see that. Like the fact that when we finally did beat it and it shows you all the different little princesses like you could end with, like the little like logos of the ones you could have gotten, and I had like gotten maybe like 5 of them or something, but there was like still like 10 more or something. I was like, oh shit. There's a lot of stuff I might have done that I didn't do. Like, it makes you want to, like, go in and, like, see what you missed. Hey, Mock! Happy New Year! Is it New Year time for you, too? In about a little over 30 minutes, it'll be New Year's for me. But, yeah. Really, really interesting game. Very emotionally charged game, too. Like, this is, I think, it's not a hard choice to make, but I think I would absolutely do the I will make you try this. A good sign for people is if you ever played the Stanley Parable, which relatively speaking is so much simpler, but kind of similar vein, and you like that, you should absolutely try Slay the Princess. Yeah, are you on the East Coast, Mock? That's probably why. I'm on the West Coast. The next game, Scarlet Hollow, is in early access. A friend of the developer was pointing out that Slay the Princess was the fun, easy side project they were working on. Well, taking it... Wow! Okay. Side project? Yeah, Slay the Princess was really, really interesting. this is another one, like, if you see it on sale, you should just get it. Thank me later. But yeah. Oh god, and now my super darling, I went unintentionally from that into Disco Elysium. And it's like, what a crazy bunch of games to play together. I mean, obviously different games, but conceptually a lot of similarities. Both extremely well written. This one kind of blew my mind how well written it was. Honestly. I've already, like, off stream like replayed it twice. Because I was like, I'm gonna try to do these other things. I need to see what other choices I can make. Although I think I was the most happy with the run that I did during the stream. You already have it? Yes, Pam, you have to play it. Introspection overload. This shit, like, I started looking up, you know, it's good when I start looking up fan fiction for stuff afterwards. Maybe I'm disclosing a little bit too much information about myself, but like, when I want to know more and there isn't any more afterwards, I usually try the fan fiction route, because sometimes there's somebody that's just really good at, like, making it sound like whatever the game is. And so I went into the archive of our own. I need to pour myself some more stuff. Archive of our own, and looked up Disco Elysium things. There's some good writers, honestly, for that fan fiction, I'll tell you. But yeah, so Disco Elysium's a lot of fun. I will say it's another one of those, like, it's hard to get people to try the game, because you look at it and the isometric view and a lot of talking and that sort of thing, like, sometimes is a turnoff to people. But it's like, if you're willing to invest the time to become, like, immersed in the world, it has a lot to offer. And I'm actually glad I got into it when it was fully voiced. My understanding is that when it first came out a long time ago, was it 2019 or earlier, it wasn't fully voiced, and that is a lot of reading. For example, the not fully voiced version would probably not be great for streaming. Even with the voice stuff, I was hoping people were still as invested as I was in just watching the stream. I don't know if they were, but hopefully they found it interesting. But the story's really good, the outcomes are really interesting, characterization's really cool, your choices, like your inner voice stuff, that's what I started liking from Slay the Princess. Already got me hooked on the concept of different inner voices. And then I just immediately went into this one where there's even more inner voices, and everybody's a completely kind of different character, each voice, and it's great. And it's just really, like, it's got this kind of really funny humor to it, but within the same beat, it could have something really dramatically sad happen, or dramatic, like not sad necessarily, but really impactful. And I was really amazed at how well it handled that. There's a GIF that floats around something like 404 canon not found, apply fanfic. That's perfect, Crimson. That's exactly the thing I would need. It's visual calculus. I can't remember. I picked the sensitive Harry, which actually you can see. I have him in the background here. Wait, I can't hide the chat. I put him in the little framing here on my stream. But yeah, I had the sensitive one, which was kind of the middle of the road version of Harry Dubois. There you have an intellectual one, like a physical guy, and then the sensitive one on the middle. I think I made the right choice. And I'd make it again, too. But yeah, so I really liked Disco Elysium. I think it's an easy, I will make you try this. If I could somehow force everyone to play it, I would. And it seems to go on sale pretty often on Steam. So if you don't have it already, just wait for a sale, which probably won't take long. Try it out. Yeah. Let's see here. What's next? Oh, UFO 50. Yes. Okay, so UFO 50, we're gonna surprisingly have a lot in that top category. I'm even before I finish talking about it, I'm already gonna spoiler you on this shit and say, wait, what was literally free? A Disco Elysium? Oh shit, then you should totally get it. UFO 50 is another one that like you absolutely should buy. If for no other reason than like you're getting 50 games for like, it's like 10, well, when it's on sale, sometimes it's almost like $10, right? It's really not very expensive at all. And everything's done in like a perfect style to like old school retro games. It has so much value. It's like, it feels like I'm advertising for it. Yeah, well, okay, that's the one thing, Pam. Some of the games are just really hard. But there's totally games that are completely doable. Like, where is it on here? Oh, this one is really hard. This one's not quite as doable. I died so many times playing this game. I was playing this one, Vambrace, quite a bit. It's a dungeon crawler one, which is pretty good. Where is it? Shit. But this one, the one that's like fucking, Clock Tower. What the hell is it called? What is it? I'm trying to see when I started the game, I can see what it's called. Night Manor. You can actually do Night Manor because it's not like difficulty based. It's like a puzzle kind of thing. So like you go into the different rooms, you collect clues and objects in your inventory, that sort of stuff. It's really cool. So like each game is really different. Some of the games are actually like sequels of previous games. And then the narrative is that this fictitious studio throughout the decade of, you know, the 80s made different games to kind of match like the style at the time. So you could see as the years go on, the fictitious years, like the games get progressively more complicated and complex and stuff. Yeah, at a certain point, one of the funny things about Night Manor is like at a certain point I just kept getting killed, but then you just keep like respawning anyway. So I'm like, here comes the guy again. Yes, just kill me. So I can continue to like look for clues and shit. Yeah. Yeah, you could tell because, let me see if I go back here. All these, and you dust them off, like when you look at each disc, when you look at the bottom here, like it says 1983. So this game fictitiously was made in 1983. And then there's also like an info tab here that you can't see that explains like a little blurb about the game's production, which is all fake. Like all this was not actually made in the 80s. But it's fun because it has that like the lore of the game that was made. Yeah, Party House was fun too. Did I do Party House on this stream? I think that might have been a different stream. Night Manor feels like this very specific CGA and EGA era of adventure. It does. It's more mouse friendly because the other thing about that era was like there was that time, especially CGA stuff, where it was all text commands, which is really rough for me. I hated doing text only commands. Like I had the very first Police Quest game. When it was still text-based, where you have to like use nightstick on somebody or open door, write ticket, or instead of just like clicking on a ticket in your inventory and like clicking on somebody else or whatever. So I don't miss that aspect of that era, but I do like the quaint, you know, quality of like the graphics and stuff of that time. Just kill me so we can get on. Yeah, it's very Bioshock. Well, it's funny because Pam was playing the Bioshock games, so I think she understands this is the concept of, yes, let's get it over with. Kill me, please, so we can just get back to it like 10 minutes later. But yeah, I super recommend... get back to my list here. I super recommend UFO 50. I mean, I technically have the retro category on. It should be a surprise to people, but this is it's a lot of value in technically one game. And they're all just really interesting and different. Not all of them are like bangers. There's some that are very simple, but there's other ones that seem simple, but you'll end up spending like a ton of time on. Like there's that one that's like the train heist thing with the cowboys. I put in a lot of time into that. I was like, how long is this game? Because like I had done like 30 screens of like challenges, and I'm like, I'm still doing more challenges here. Does this game end? but they were interesting, and they kind of like tax you a little bit to be like, okay, what's the smart way of doing this? Because you can't just shoot your way through those kinds of things. Yeah, okay. So now we get to move into the fun Metal Gear Solid trilogy, which each one was not the full original version of the game that I played. So everybody and their mom has played the original Metal Gear Solid 1. So I thought, at least on stream, to be different, I would do the Twin Snakes version, which is less played, which was the GameCube remake of Metal Gear Solid 1, which all the cutscenes were done by this like Japanese director, so that they're different and they're more over the top somehow, which is funny because they're over the top in the way that later Kojima games kind of feel with their cutscenes. So I bet he looked at that and was like, yeah, this is the kind of cutscene I want to do. And then just kept doing more of those himself. The framing device is also cute. The history of Forgotten Company. Yeah, like the lore for UFO 50 is also really cute too. You believe that love can bloom even in a tier list? Did I end up doing a tier list for the characters? Probably not. I would just have Snake at the top. I love Solid Snake, unapologetically. I can't remember if I went on that rant about how I feel like Big Boss, Solid Snake was robbed because Big Boss kept taking the spotlight. Everyone loves Big Boss. It's like Luke Skywalker and Anakin Skywalker. Like, Luke should be the real hero, but Anakin just keeps swooping in and taking all the glory. So everyone's like, oh, Anakin. It's like, but what about Luke? Yeah, Luke. He's fine, I guess. But yeah, so Twin Snakes was fun. I think I had a bunch of, like, bugs. Was this the one that I kept crashing on? One of these, or maybe it was Delta. I had some weird computer issue where like, no, it was this one. I was crashing a bunch. Emulator issues. But also it's a PlayStation, no, it's a GameCube game, so it's like, anything that's not like PS1, I always seem to have some compatibility issues with sometimes when I play it on emulator. Although PS2 I think is like worse. There's a bunch of PS2 games that don't like super work well with emulator for some reason, and then there's the stupid pressure sensitivity with the controller that you can't actually simulate, so you have to do like workarounds for that. Now that I'm saying that out loud, I think that's the problem I was having with Metal Gear Solid 2. But Twin Snakes is fine. As you can see, like, it already it incorporated some stuff that the original Metal Gear Solid 1 didn't have, a lot of the first person shooting stuff. I think original MGS1 let you like look in first person, but I don't know if you can actually like shoot in first person. There was something different there that like they augmented in this version, and I can't remember. Oh, there's Dancing Snake. But yeah, I think overall, like, it had some issues even at its time, but like, it's still a solid game. I wouldn't say you have to play Twin Snakes. If anything, I would probably say that about the original MGS1, but it's still like a solid game overall to me, I think. And MGS2, I have the other one for that. MGS2 like was kind of wackier, a little bit wackier than I remember. Like, there's the clearly crazy shit at the end where you're talking to the AI, you know, people about, I need scissors 61 or whatever, Harakiri something. Like, they were just saying a bunch of crazy shit, and then they talk to you about future concepts of, like, providing context with altering reality, or what people understand of reality through information, and, you know, so some things that are clearly uncomfortably close for people nowadays. This is where everybody always acts like Kojima is like a prophetic game maker, although I'm sure this was not like a new idea at the time. It's just that maybe it's the first time it popped up in a video game, so maybe it's the first time some people would be hearing of those like concepts that early. I still think it's such a troll move to start the game with Snake And then to be like, nah, never mind. It's actually this little dude instead who's gonna jump around naked later on. You're gonna have to get used to this guy instead. I rewatched your VODs for MGS2. It was so fun. It's a really goofy game. I would say out of all the bad guys, Fortune was the funniest to me because it's like she's so melodramatic, but then at the end she actually does do the bullet thing, the bullet repulsion, whatever it is, and they never explain how the fuck that's possible. Magic. Yeah, it was the relationship between Raiden and his. Oh my god! So like, I can't remember if you watched it, Geiger, but like, we were ripping apart Rose on the stream because every time she would call, it would be some bullshit like, Jack, what day is it today? It's like, oh, it's Tuesday or whatever. No, but what day is it? Like the significance, and he's like, dude, I'm fighting for my life out here. What kind of mind game is this? Just tell me what this is. And she just wouldn't. And then later on, it turned out like maybe some of those times it was the AI Rose speaking, but you couldn't tell because it's like, now I don't trust you at all. Either you're an AI computer or you really are just kind of like a bitch to me. Like her priorities were so out of whack. I miss these two. I didn't remember until I replayed it how like cozy they got between the first game and the second. So this first half where you're Snake, you and Otacon are just talking about all kinds of nonsense, making little jokes. I forgot, and I didn't do this on the stream, but you could take other pictures of nonsense and then send it to him, and then he actually comments on that, which I should have totally done. I just totally forgot. But they really seem like they bonded a lot. They became like fucking best friends or more behind the scenes, and you don't get to see any of that except for the little bit at the first chunk of the mission. And then later you kind of see them being bros again, like, you know, around the time that his sister dies. But I really want to see some kind of game where it's just like whatever those years were in between 1 and 2, where they made their philanthropy organization and they were like just the two of them working on everything together. That's some fanfic material. Bitch, I'm holding onto my yes, he was holding onto his junk with one hand and fighting with the other. And you ask him about a restaurant. Yeah, when was our, like, he was like, is it our anniversary? No. It's like, just fucking tell me. I clearly already won't remember what it is you're asking me to remember. Although I guess at the end he does remember. So like the first place they met or something like that. I can't even remember now. Oh man. But overall, I mean, as a game, it was, I mean, not to make a pun, but it was very solid. I almost feel like I have to put the Metal Gear games as solid, because I said solid game overall. It's like, yes, solid, good, solid. But I enjoyed it, so fuck it. But it's certainly, this was around the time that it was starting to veer into like goofier shit. Because it's not like MGS1 wasn't goofy, but there's like even more of a shift in MGS2. Like it starts really, like the bad guys and stuff like are even weirder. Like Fat Man, a big fat dude on roller skates planting bombs. Not, I mean, I guess Vulcan Raven was also kind of weird in the first one, but like it just feels like it ramps up in the second game, to me at least. But yeah. Then we move, of course, over to Metal Gear Solid Delta. Delta, it's a pretty damn good remake. We talked about this before. Visually, it looks fucking great. I will say some faces, like stylization, changed a bit much for me. Like I feel like some of in the original games, some of like the stylized look of the face kind of look better. Than in this one, where they kind of look a little bit more generic, some of them. Like Snake himself looks like okay, but I feel like his stylized look previously was actually kind of better. That's just a subjective thing. MGS2 was made better by this stream. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it more. It was still a fun time to be had, honestly. This game was funny because I think I was like losing my shit at various points, but for reasons where it's like, oh, I didn't mean to do that, or oh, something got alerted that I didn't want to get alerted. But I was way more murdery in this game than I was in the previous two, which I did not intend to do. But at some point I was just like, you know what, fuck it. Because it was funny. It just started super killing everybody. But it did also kind of remind me how fun people will shit on MGS4, and for good reason, for having way too many cutscenes, way too many like just put your controller down and do nothing sort of moments. I feel like this game was the perfect balance of there was cool shit to do, we still got cutscenes with stuff happening, but they didn't feel like overwhelming to me. They kind of got in, they did what they had to do, and then they released you back to gameplay, you know? Like, they did some kind of cool introduction for somebody. They didn't really wear out their welcome. They did that in 4. They absolutely wore out their welcome in 4. But, like, it was fine. And also, the codec calls were not nearly as overabundant as they were in, like, 2. 2, like, you're just constantly on the codec, like, way too much. 3, it's like, yeah, there were some codec calls, but I feel like everything in general was, like, better portioned out. It was a better balance. There were still obnoxious villains, as you can see, but, like, they all kind of had their own weird charm because they were from the same, like, outfit. Oh, yeah, I forgot. I started putting glasses on him constantly. I love this system, too. Just like eating, fixing yourself, all that kind of shit. Like, I love the thought process that went into 3. Like, to try to augment things and make them feel, you know, like I'm trying something different. I think that's why it's always the beloved child, you know, of the series. I don't think there's anybody that's like, no, Metal Gear Solid 3 sucks. Like, find me that person. I need to speak to them. You know, which is why it seemed like a safe bet, I'm sure, to remake this before they even thought about doing 1 or 2. Since this might also be the one of the better selling ones, even compared to 1 and 2, I think. But yeah, so like, do I even need to say I will make you play this? I feel like I don't need to, because like, people probably have already been playing this one. I'll just add to the joke and be like, it's extremely solid. Big surprise! Metal Gear Solid is an extremely solid game. But yeah, I love the MGS series. I will, I guess in the new year at some point, if you guys really want me to, I will play 4 and 5. 5, it's not twisting my arm. 5 is fun to play. The story, I will definitely rip my hair out at the story, but like, it's fun to play. 4 is gonna be like, I'm doing you guys a favor. 4 is kind of miserable, but it's almost like, I guess if I want to be a completionist, it kind of almost has to be done at some point. Were you able to fix the performance issues? I can't remember. Didn't I do something towards the end? I don't remember it crashing that much towards the end. I can't remember if I changed something in the settings. That was a problem. But I was like, is it a problem with my computer? Like, what the fuck is going on? What did I do? Did I just lower some of the settings, maybe? I mean, ultimately, the problem... Okay, so the big problem with that game and, like, a lot of newer games is... I don't know what's going on with optimization, or if it's non-existent. But, like... especially for games that are on Unreal or similar kind of engines, where they just have tons of fucking bugs, and eventually that stuff seems to get worked out in patches, but like, maybe the whole first year of the release is just shit, and then eventually either somebody unofficially does some patch to fix some stuff, or the company actually like works out some of the bugs, you know? And I hate that that's just like a thing now with newer games, but it kind of happens that way. Like, cause did that actually happen when I played Indiana Jones? Can't remember if that game crashed. There were some areas where my computer was feeling it, where I was like, oh, it's chugging a little bit. What's happening under the hood? But that was another game I really liked, but that was technically end of last year, so it's not part of this list. But yeah. Okay, so after that one, I took a back seat, and then I went back to Tron 2.0, which is a game I had played like partially through like in 2010 or something like that. I remember like tinkering with it and being like, oh, the style's really cool, but I don't think I had like fully beat it back in the day, so that's kind of also why I wanted to play it. Is this one of those games where I know I was complaining about it when I was playing it? But I think it's unfortunately another game that like just let me skip this shiny shit. It didn't age great. And it's not because of like it being Tron or whatever. But just like elements of the game. First of all, I had to actually download a bunch of like mod shit to get it to play in remotely the right resolution settings for like a modern monitor like resolution. So that's also just to show that like it didn't age well, just even technically. There were so many like concepts that were really cool about like the weapons, but then it turned out like over half of the weapons were kind of shit and you just end up using a disc anyway. It's just kind of like what's the reason? What's the point of having all like 10 other weapons of different objects when I just keep using the same like 1 or 2 weapons? I feel if they made something like this now, it would probably be super cool. It's just at the time, as you could see it was pretty rough. The visuals though were really cool. Like this kind of style that was more like the 82 Tron, I really liked. I know if they did it now, they would just make it look like either Ares or Legacy, and they probably wouldn't do like this sort of style again, which is kind of a bummer. But I mean, they would go where the money is, you know, with the newer styles. Cool tools with no situations that make them... Yeah, that's the other thing. So like if they did a game now with this stuff, I would prefer that these kind of weapons had like maybe an alternate usage. Not just necessarily like straight up weapons, but like to do a thing in the environment. Like maybe either to get yourself up higher or like to do something that would be cool. To hack into a thing maybe. I just didn't really get a feeling for like or a chance to use weapons in a different way other than just like the very obvious like hit a guy way. And man, some of the difficulty spikes too were like these things you could never... They had something about sneaking up on enemies or whatever, and I never was able to do that because they just... You'll be 50 feet away and you walk like a little bit and they just instantly turn around and is like alerted to you. And it's like, how am I supposed to sneak up on these guys? So I just gave up on attempting to sneak up on anything. Just went in guns blazing, basically. If I was gonna say... I don't know. It's rough to say. If I could say it was fine. Because I'm not even necessarily sure I'd say it has potential because it needs more. Like, some of these other ones had enough potential in it that I was like, yeah. But the only thing really that was going for this was the visual look of it. The gameplay was just very standard for the time, for, you know, a first-person shooter. Yeah, that's the thing. It was fun back then, but now when you've seen more kind of like sophisticated stuff and you're playing that, it's like, I don't know. It would need like a complete overhaul. You could probably keep the look of it. Oh, right. That's the other thing I was frustrated at. The bosses all really kind of sucked. Because they were those weird, like, tubular snake kind of bosses. One of which, remember, if people watching me doing that fight, it took me, like, forever because they were also sending out waves of enemies at the same time as the boss was, like, wailing on me. And I was like, well, this fucking sucks. This is going to take me a while just to chip damage this thing to death. Which is what I ended up doing. So the boss design wasn't great. It just had a lot of stuff that I would not really want to carry over into another game, as opposed to these things here where there were still elements in the potential category that would be cool to carry over into other things. So, back to formula. I almost had a category that was back to formula, but then I realized, Do enough people know what that Spider-Man reference is? Maybe, maybe not. Oh shit. It is actually almost midnight. Let's see if we can get at least to the tactics one, and then we'll probably hit midnight, and then we'll get the dispatch and Parasite Eve stuff out of the way. Okay. So. Final Fantasy Tactics, if I'm being quick about it. Oops. Damn it, it's already 2 minutes till. I'll try to be fast and say I really like Tactics. I had never played Tactics before. The story was a little repetitive because we mentioned a bunch of times that Ramza continually tries to convince people without providing any proof. Like, oh no, you're wrong. Here's the other thing. Here's the truth of what's happening. And just nobody listens to him because who would listen to him in that environment? But other than that, I like the story progression. The combat was really fun. I love grinding these characters' levels and stuff. I almost wish I had played it a lot sooner. But it was really nice being voiced. Being voiced was super nice. Here, we're going to take a quick stopover because it's almost time for the countdown. We have 1 minute to go. And I don't want to miss this countdown because it's 11:58 for me. Oh, and it's now officially the countdown time. We got sub 1 minute to go. I'll continue talking about tactics after we're done with the celebration. I'm going to pour a little bit more of my Martinellis. We got the countdown going. Everybody else has already had their New Year's. Now I have mine. Now us West Coasters get ours way after. It's too little too late, maybe.
Crap. Mega crap.
Yeah. 15. Everyone use all your channel points as soon as you can. I'm sure they'll still roll over till the new year though, right? Alright. 2, 1. Happy New Year! Officially, everybody! Yay! Happy New Year, everybody! Happy New Year! Oh, literally, people are already doing fireworks and outside. I can hear it. People did not waste any time.
Lag adjusted.
Yay! Oh, hey, honey, come in.
Next time, he's getting his ass kicked.
Hey, it's Spider-Man! Yay! He's... Ooh.
2026.
Yay! You gonna say hi?
What is that?
Okay. Oh, you're gonna bet? Okay, good night. Love you. Oh, okay.
Wow, this is really terrible.
Yay. Did the music unintentionally swell? Yes, it did. I purposely had it go up. He didn't stream today, so I wanted to make sure he dropped by just for the kiss. No, he did not miss the segment. He's so done with RE6. You would not believe it. Yay. Yes, well, I hope that, I hope 2026 is a much better year than 2025. It's a low bar, but, I mean, still, you know. I hope everyone out there has an amazing new year. I wish everybody all the luck in the world. We're gonna need it. Oh, shit. Hey, Anonymous, thank you. Holy shit. Thanks for the 5 gifted subs. Oh, thank you, Whitespin, for the big fireworks. The bar is in hell. Yeah, it's gonna be a low bar, but hopefully the new year will be a fantastic new year. New year, new you. Oh, man. In the words of Smash TV announcement, yeah, good luck, you'll need it. Oh, man. Unless we all start talking like robot jocks. Crash and burn? Crash and burn. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna have, I mean, on stream at least, we're gonna have a really awesome new year. We're gonna have some Resident Evil stuff for the new year. We're gonna have, there's so many games coming out in 2026. 2026 is a fucking stacked year for games. It's gonna be good for streams, for sure. It's gonna be really interesting. Your cat's freaking out. Mine is probably hiding under the bed, because I can hear the fireworks outside. Wait, RAM prices are actually going lower? Yeah, GTA 6, Wolverine, bunch of other stuff. We got Avengers Doomsday coming out. Did you guys see, by the way, the Avengers Doomsday teaser trailers? Is it just me, or like, I know the ones I saw were not actually AI, but it's a bit of a bummer to me that the real ones still kind of feel like AI trailers. They're not amazing. The X-Men one is interesting though. I already have such a backlog. 2025. Yeah, you got some catching up to do, Pam. But that's good. There's lots of stuff to play. Yeah. I still have a, God, what? I have a 3080, I think. My video card. I think it's still gonna be fine for this next batch of games, I hope. My hard drive is gonna suffer though, because it's just getting packed. Wait, Blade? Did they actually give it an announcement for Blade? Is Blade still coming out? There's that Captain America game too that that's probably not coming out next year, but like, that's still somewhere. Last game I played in 2025, surprisingly fitting considering the times we live in, was Cyberpunk. That's a great game. I liked Cyberpunk a lot. A lot. That's great. So, okay. Now that we've gotten a few minutes of Happy New Year's, we can finally finish up. I was trying to rush talking about Final Fantasy Tactics. But now I can go back to talking about tactics without worrying about the impending countdown in the back of my screen. Dude, and Cyberpunk is also so good because it's like you could take that game in so many different directions. Yeah, let's get back to slaughtering people in Final Fantasy. Alright, well thank you everybody for indulging me in the New Year's celebratory video I made. That's all the fireworks stuff in 14, by the way. They usually have like a New Year's thing where there's like fun little fireworks going off. So at one point I had recorded that on OBS. I was like, this will be handy. And it was. Pausing for celebration in between slaughters is a Final Fantasy tradition. It really is. Oh, that's right. Orion. Did they say they didn't give a date for Orion yet, right? It's still pretty early. It has to be. Speaking of Final Fantasy, though, so like I was saying about Tactics, Tactics is fucking great. Tactics is easily a solid game overall. Whatever misgivings I had about like the flow of the plot, because some of it was like pretty simplistic. It was like, come on. We're just continually telling the next villain, like, hey, listen to us, though. And then the villain's like, no. And then you fight them. And then the villain's like, I'll never listen to you, even if I die. It's just like, we very rarely got any villain to listen to us in Tactics. Ramza was just continually looking like a big dweeb, trying to be honest to people that didn't think he was an honest person. Oh, shit. Hype chest. Oh, I got a little person with hearts in their eyes. Well, thank you guys for the hype train. Holy shit. Wait, 6 subs? Did I miss one? Did somebody else? There was the gift sub? Oh, Crimson. Shit, I didn't see yours. Yeah, thank you for the sub as well. Crimson had like a stealth sub. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. Actually, you know what? Even though this is out of order, let me place Parasite Eve first because we have a Dispatch tier list. So we should leave Dispatch for the last. Parasite Eve, oh my god, Parasite Eve. Parasite Eve was, I thought I was going to get a certain game, and I got like a very different game out by the end of it, right? It ended up being a lot weirder than I thought. Like, it was already kind of strange at the beginning with all the transformation stuff, but like the crazy 4-tiered battle at the end with Eve herself, and then the Eve fight was like 2 forms, and then the baby thing was like 4 forms. Fucking insane. Interesting I feel like this is one of those ones that it has potential. Because again, if they cared enough about this series to like remake it in modern stuff, well, you're playing Uncharted. Which one are you playing? Uncharted is always a good choice. If you did a modern Parasite Eve, which I think that indie group is trying to do with Parasite Mutant, or is it Parasite Mutant? I think that's what it's called. Even the font looks a lot like the Parasite Eve font, which is funny. There'd probably be some quality of life stuff that you could do to an updated version that would help like a lot. I think one thing that was maybe the most infuriating was like the crazy difficulty spike that happened right at the beginning of disc 2. Because like everything was fine. We were killing things normally. Everything was progressing okay. Yeah, the last one went super late because I'm like, I'm finishing this fucking game because I only had like 1 section left, which is not enough for a full separate stream. And I'm like, I'm finishing this tonight. In retrospect, it ended up longer than I thought, and then maybe I could have just turned it into a 3rd stream, but I was just done. Like, I'll give this game crazy credit for like just the concept. The concept is wild. The dialogue is awful. But I also kind of wonder, is the dialogue awful, or is it just the localization of the dialogue that's bad? Because remember, there were some lines that they're like, what? Why do these people talk like this? This is terrible. And in true, like, Squaresoft fashion, Aya basically is like Cloud. Like, she barely says anything, and when she does speak, it's like a few words at a time. It's like almost like a mute, almost. The combat is cool in theory, but then when you actually do it, it's so frustrating because a lot of the time you have a very small space to actually run around in before you get hit like a invisible collision wall. So you constantly just run into enemies as you're trying to dodge away from the enemies. So if it was a new game, I think the smart thing to do would be to like make sure you have ample space to run around if the concept is dodging stuff while you're waiting for your turn to come up. But yeah, the difficulty spike was the worst. Because not only were the general enemies trickier, but then when they had multiple... If I had tried to fight that final boss legit without using the Parasite Eve, like, infinite mana bar or whatever, I was doing limit breaks on it constantly, or whatever her limit break thing is. And it still took, like, 10 of them. At like maximum damage to take down like one phase of the enemy. And my normal attacks were like maybe a quarter of that damage. So it would have taken a freaking long time to naturally work down that. And that is not something I'm willing to do in this day and age. Yeah, the pre-rendered backgrounds are great because that's one of the strengths that Square had at that time. Like even for the Final Fantasy games, like all their pre-rendered stuff looked gorgeous. And they were very smart about how they worked in like the 3D sprites like into that, so it still looked like they were part of that environment. There were a couple weird places in this one as opposed to the Final Fantasy games though, where it's like it was a little awkward to figure out like where my character was relative to like what that space looked like. So I don't know if it was just the angle that they rendered it at or like whatever, like however they composed it, that was like not super clear in some spots. But I think this would certainly fall into the it has potential category. Because I think there's a lot of interesting, unique things that have not really been done so much since that could make a comeback and be interesting again. different writing though. Somebody that actually can write should take over that series, because it was so weirdly simplistic that I was just like, who wrote this? All right, now we got the fun one for the end. Dispatch. I feel like Dispatch is tricky because some of the time it's not even a game. There's the whole argument of like, is Dispatch even like, does it qualify as a game? Because, you know, it hurts my heart to see just nothing but pre-rendered. These are all pre-rendered. There's no fucking way that this is in-game. Although I'm sure somebody will try to make it sound like it is. It looks like pre-rendered stuff. Your cat calmed down. She needed to scream at you for 10 minutes. I'm surprised it was only 10 minutes and not just like this some permanent thing where you just can't find your cat again until like the morning. Because some not parents, some cats really freak out with that stuff. Yeah, so like videos that are linked with choices, which is like, okay, I mean, that's very loosely a game, I guess. But the game stuff is technically in the actual dispatching of the heroes, which is fun. It's very basic though. And it's also pretty hard to like fuck that up. I feel like I don't know. Like you could probably make it a more difficult strategic game if you wanted to. But I feel like a lot of this stuff is just flavor to tide you over, like as filler till you get to the next set of like pre-rendered videos to give you a choice. So I don't know if people would necessarily buy this game for this aspect, but they would certainly buy the game for the stuff that people make videos for, which is all the cutscenes and the choices and things. I do think like it needs more options. Like I'm sorry, because I'm trying to think back to all the things that I was like complaining about. I love so much of the game, but I don't love how, compared to some other like choose your own adventure type scenarios, it feels like there's really only like a small number of choices that you actually have. And it's funneling you into one of like maybe 2 at max different options, but it's trying to make it look like you have 4 or 5, for example. Like this kind of stuff down here, where you could say any one of these 3 things. But I noticed on some of them that if I watched other scenes where I picked a different option, they'll initially say the different thing there. And then the sentence right afterwards goes right back into the same thing that the other options also say. So sometimes it's literally just one sentence difference. It's not actually diverging to like different legitimate options. It's just making you think that you kind of picked a different path. Also, Robert is consistent enough that even if there's 3 options, they're all often 3 different flavors of the same kind of like sarcasm. So he hasn't really turned into like the Shepherd, the Commander Shepard thing, where like you got the really Paragon thing to say, which is clearly like goody two shoes, and then the mid-range thing. Or like, no, not even Commander Shepard, like Hawk from Dragon Age 2. Or you get the sassy thing, and then you get the hardliner thing to say, or you get the little like the sexy thing, or whatever. You know, like something where they all feel really different. This one, it's all just like slightly different flavors of the same like dry sarcasm. Which, when you start looking at the pattern of how those lines go, it's less, there's less like, I don't want to say deviation to it, but I guess that's what it is. There's less deviation. What I would like to see if they do a sequel is actual repercussions for things. And definitely more than just 2. Also, it did that weird black flickering thing on my playthrough, which I don't know why the hell that happened. Maybe it's something with the videos or whatever. Not a lot of tangible meters being added to our subtracted or subtracted. Yeah. from. More romances, more actual outcomes to things. I know that will take more work because that starts splitting off into different branches of dialogue. But hey, I'm sure you guys, they made enough money from this game to make an even bigger second game at this point. So I would personally put more effort into making it more robust and having actual choices. It's just ironic that the ex-Telltale devs made a game that is very Telltale in terms of faking out like choices. Remember the whole gag about like such and such person will remember this in Telltale games, where it's like, no, they won't, because they just do the same thing regardless of what happens. Oh, whoops, I forgot to turn the playlist back on. It's specifically narrative design I've done. I know how it goes with people who used to... Yeah, like, I get it. Like, functionally, it's how you're able to actually make and finish a game in a normal timetable. But it does kind of make you feel like a little lackluster, where you're just being led along to, like, an already told story in a way, as opposed to feeling like you really had an impact on the story. Now, fortunately for Dispatch, the story's told very well. Like, the writing is the thing that saves so many elements of this. All the characters are fun, the writing's great, the humor is fucking... This might be the best written thing we've played this year. Honestly. Excuse me. Like, I was caught by surprise so many times, like, this is, like, legitimately funny as fuck. It just gets a little bit of a damper when you realize, like, oh, I only have like 2 women to choose from for a romance, or I only have this one path to go, like, ultimately with like a particular choice, like with my suit or whatever. Yeah, the game handles humor super well. A full-on Pixar film. Like, I almost feel like maybe it would have been better just as a show. Because then you wouldn't have to worry about the budget being used towards making gameplay or whatever else. You'd just be able to use it towards making more show or something. But then I do like having at least some kind of impact on choices. I would love having more impact on the romances. Did you see the reel I sent called Twilight for... Yes, I did! Somebody made a funny Instagram reel where they were saying... Basically, this is like Twilight for dudes, because you have 2 love interests that are very similar to like the ones essentially like that are in Twilight, and then it's the same kind of thing where it's like your main character is like the character that you aspire to kind of like you want to be in the slot of that character or whatever, you know, like in that position. Fortunately, also, like, Robert's a really likable character, at least to me. I kept catching myself thinking at so many points, like, ah, Robert's a good guy, or like, I would totally hang out with this dude or whatever. So that helps a lot. If he was like a really sketchy dude... Oh yeah, he's age appropriate. At least he is age appropriate. That's a good point. That might be a little different than the Twilights. Well, actually, Twilight, one of the guys, the Jacob guy, is the same age, right? But technically the, what's his face? Robert Pattinson is like a vampire, so he's too old. Yeah, Aaron Paul's voice was a great pick. I never would have really thought about that, but like, it was really good. I like it as a game so it doesn't get lumped into shows like Invincible or The Boys. Yeah, you know, it's a good, like, ultimately I am kind of glad they went the game route. I think people feel more invested ultimately, which is good for them, because then you get people wanting to spend more money on your stuff. But I just want a romance phenomenon. Is that too much to ask? Can you please just let me romance this man? God damn it. Anyway, yeah. Any game with Squirtles could be good. I need to talk about Waterboy when we do the tier list, which, you know what? We should just do the tier list right fucking now, shouldn't we? Let's just do that. Okay, so for this tier list, I would say it is a very solid game overall. I almost want to say I'll make you try this, but I almost feel like if I do that, if I was doing this in a hypothetical situation, it's like barely a game. And I don't know, people be like, what's the big deal? But it's fun. Like, it's a very... I feel like it's a much more accessible type of game. Like, maybe the dispatching gameplay itself, somebody might be turned off if they don't like strategies type stuff, but it's so light on strategy, it's not really that hard. Knowing what I know now about both characters, I would have romanced Blonde Blazer. Not gonna lie, Invisigal pissed me off. I never understood. Remember in my stream, until she kind of progressed a little bit, I was getting pretty irritated at her. She has a very specific personality type that is very counter to my own. But good, okay. We actually have quite a few of the I'll make you try this is that I thought. But what we can do now is switch over to our our tier list for dispatch characters. I was going to say invisible characters. No. Dispatch characters. Not Invisigal characters. So we have all the heroes and a couple of the villains. I didn't want to... There was a couple other ones that had even more characters, but like, we don't really know anything about most of the other characters outside of these guys. So half the time, it's just going to be random assortments. Like, I guess we'll give this one A, B, C without really knowing anything about them. So I kind of didn't want to opt for that. Go ahead and put Chase in S tier. He's really good. I'm sorry. I think Chase is pretty safe for S tier. He's crotchety, he's funny, he's got an interesting fucking storyline. A hell of a downside to his power. Because, Jesus, what cost? But he's also interesting because he's complex. He's not like the perfect mentor, because he also has his own problems too. So it's nice seeing somebody that's like a little complicated that way. Blonde Blazer does suffer from the because it's a video game and you're the player, it has to be your choice syndrome. Wait, do you mean like, it has to be your choice? Wait, what do you mean by that? Or do you mean like, normally she should have been doing the choice, but they have to make the player feel involved, so they force it on them instead? Because that's what happened with me, like... I was like starting to go insane because everybody kept bringing up, well, you made us cut one of the team. And I was like, I didn't want to cut the team. I didn't want to cut the fucking team. Blonde Blazer maybe cut the team. I wouldn't have cut anybody. And now everybody's making reminders about like how you made, yeah, it's like, that's not my fucking job. Okay. Let's see. Sonar. I liked Sonar. I wouldn't put him as an S tier. I thought he was pretty funny. I was actually kind of pleasantly surprised how Charlie, Mr. Moist Critical, his voice was used pretty well for Sonar. It's kind of the same as like whoever figured out Keanu Reeves would be good for Cyberpunk. Like it just kind of works. I don't know. He was pretty funny. He's not S tier funny. But I kind of liked him. I like Sonar, but he was forgettable to me. I think he was interesting in that they took this angle of a lot of these other people actually don't even know what they do in their free time. But he had this whole like tech bro persona, which I was like, that's kind of an interesting angle. We haven't really seen like a hero that has like a weird businessman kind of thing, aside from like... I guess like Maxwell Lord, maybe? Like Maxwell Lord's like a businessman type dude, or like, not really Tony Stark, but I guess kind of him. You know, like something where it's like they have a clear life outside of like the job. So that's unusual, and I thought that was interesting, because it adds a little bit more to him, because he's also a nerd, because he went to, what is it, Harvard? So he's always, it's like what's his face? Ed Helms' character from The Office, where he went to Cornell, and you know he went to Cornell because he just keeps telling everybody every chance he gets that he went to Cornell. like it's the guy that went to Harvard. So he's telling everybody he went to Harvard, like when he's trying to sell himself. So yeah, I liked him a lot. I'm gonna put you to later. Let me organize these a little bit, actually. I'm not gonna. Hold on. Let's reorganize this a little bit. Let's where are you? Get over here. You go here. Well, let's get all these villains out of the way. This guy's annoying, but he was still funny, so that saves him from being a D. The Mr. Dingle Dangle, who constantly has his dick hanging out every 2 seconds. Cool Dick. The Cool Dick saves him from D. He was funny, so I think that was fine. But he was kind of like a one-trick pony. One-trick prick. Whatever. The one that was less interesting was this guy. This was the guy, because you probably don't even remember, this was the guy that Invisigal continually failed to capture, and then finally did eventually. Was voiced by Liam O'Brien, weirdly enough. He's just very forgettable. I actually can't remember what the hell his name is. He was just the plot device to get Invisigal to a better place, basically. Oh yeah, no, Beef is actually absolutely. Of course, he's S tier. I'm not even. I don't even need to explain why he's S tier. Oh, is that his name? Lightning Struck. Okay. I think Robert is honestly S tier. He's extremely likable, but it's not like he's just like a bland McBlanderson, you know? He's got his own quirks. He's very dry. But he's also like this little shade of like traumatized and like depressed, and but he doesn't want to exude that to like other people because he seems to be considerate enough. But he's complex. He has that one bit where he's talking to Beef, where it's just the two of them in the apartment, and he's like, I always thought I was just gonna fucking die in the suit, you know? So there's a lot of like he could, for somebody that told Phenomenon at one point, like, hey, maybe you could benefit from therapy. I think he could also benefit from some therapy, like, because he's just always done stuff on his own. And it makes you feel like, oh man, just give this guy like a win, you know? But he's really likable. Aaron Paul does an amazing job with his voice. It was like the perfect perfect pairing. I know I had read somewhere, and I think I told Joe Crazyface this, that apparently early in production, they almost got Rahul Kohli as Robert's voice instead, which would have been a very interesting pick. I would have still probably loved that as well, but I think it would have been a pretty different Robert, because they're very different voices. Yeah, different energy Robert. Blonde Blazer. I'm gonna give her a B. Maybe that's too nice. I had an issue with her. I don't think the writers meant to do this. B for blonde. But I had an issue with her because I don't think they intended to, but what happened was a lot of her choices were kind of selfish and self-serving. And I don't think they meant it to be that way, but that's what happened. So like, whatever she did, my understanding in the comics, I guess, for why she broke up. See, I didn't know this when I was playing the game. Apparently she broke up with Phenomenon because he's, you know, he's an alien. He doesn't know stuff. He loves fighting crime, doing the right thing, whatever. So when they were going out, I guess the idea was he was assuming like, oh, we'll just do this forever, right? You know, like we'll be heroes forever. And Blonde Blazer was like, well, the hero thing is fun, but like I'm me outside of the suit. And to Phenomenon, he didn't understand that because, you know, to him, I have a feeling, they didn't say it in the comic, but if you look at him, it's not like there's another side to him. It's just him. So I don't think he understood that. But rather than explain that to him, she just says, I'm sorry, I think we're done. I can't do this. Which I think he does know her secret identity in the comic. So there were comics, but you had to buy like the deluxe version or whatever. There's like digital comics, which I didn't buy. But my feeling is, I don't. It didn't seem, at least in the comic, like she really tried to sit down with him and explain why. She just kind of realized of her own, you know, like in her own head, like, oh, he's never gonna treat me like me. He's gonna treat me like Blonde Blazer only. And then she was like, I can't do that. And then she bamped out. But that was already kind of a little weird. Like, I sort of get it, but I feel like it went poorly. And then, this is subjective, right? But the whole scene with the kissing, the potential kiss, on the, when you're sitting on the billboard, she's touching your face. She says, oh, I think we can work with this. And then she kind of looks at you. And there's the option to kiss. And there were some people I saw that's like, but that doesn't mean you should actually kiss her. But it's like, why is she touching my face? You're saying she's not interested where she's like this fucking close to your face and touching you and stuff, and you don't do the kiss, and like you're the bad guy for kissing? But wait, but that's what I'm saying. Okay, yeah, no, that's what you mean. Yeah, okay. That's what I'm saying, though. There's signals. It's like, you don't just be touching somebody's face if you're not going to try to be getting closer, okay? I don't do that. So, to me, it read as like, oh, you wanted, you know, whatever. But then she pushes back, like, she's like, oh, never mind. She's allowed to change. Sure, but then don't, like, guilt trip him about it narratively when he thought he was, well, I thought I was just reacting to like what seemed like the positive signal, because then later they play it up like, oh, this is the awkward thing that what happened. It's like, what? Why is it was innocent. There's nothing wrong. I can't fucking believe you're making me defend Blonde Blazer. Like, it's not like they weren't having sex on the billboard. I'm just saying like they're right there. I think what should have happened is, instead of her saying, oh, I'm sorry, whatever, just explain. I think that's, again, another thing where it's like, people aren't communicating. I guess they feel too awkward or something, and maybe I'm just built different, but it's like, if it was an honest mistake, just fucking say it. Don't just, you know, start going, oh, you know, just do the awkward thing where now everybody's not sure where they stand with one another. Personally. But the thing that drove me nuts was her telling Robert to cut somebody from the team, and having that choice not line up with who actually was. So like, they should have picked something else as the reason to cut somebody, because that was the thing that broke my immersion, basically. Because when I was playing the game, the people that were on the bottom were Golem and Flambe, I think, actually. But you know, narratively, they're not going to cut either one of those. But I didn't know that. And so when they say that Coop and Sonar were at the bottom, I'm like, that's a fucking lie, because I just leveled up Sonar, and Coop is like the MVP. So why are they suddenly on the bottom for no discernible reason other than to cause drama so that we have to worry about an Invisigal? Yeah, she just hired Robert. Although Robert technically is dispatch and not like a hero, but whatever. That made me lose respect for her because she was being a shitty boss to him and a shitty leader at the company. Like, why would you ever think that would be... Like, that's some weird boss logic. Oh, firing somebody will improve morale. What's the funny, like the meme saying, the beatings will continue until morale improves? That's what that is. I don't know where that line came from, but like, that's what she's doing. Yeah, she said it would send a message that people have to fear for their fucking jobs, which is not the message you should be sending. You should be sending something that like supports people's want to do a better job, not their fear of doing a better job, right? Yeah, it's very reality show drama, I think. I'd be curious if other people had the same reaction to the cutting. I did see, was it, if you guys watch, I think his name's Uber Hacks Nova. I think I was watching his playthrough where he didn't as vehemently complain about it as I did, but he did say at one point, like, hey, that's not what I wanted to pick. And he also did some of those things too, where he, it's a long name, yeah, where he didn't choose an option and then it picked something for him, and then he got pissed because he's like, I didn't want to pick any option, which I know, like, you had to pick some option, but I was hoping for the one about cutting somebody, it would have a secret third option where it's like, maybe we shouldn't cut anybody. But no, it forces you to make a choice. Yeah, he actually streams on Twitch pretty regularly. He's funny. His dispatch playthrough is pretty good. I've been put in the position by a shitty boss to blindside people and fire them, so maybe I'm biased, but the whole cutting... In that case, I think it was really unnecessary. And again, that's like I love the term, that's the ludonarrative dissonance, where something in the narrative is not following what's happening in your gameplay. It did not match what was happening with my hero character's dispatch at all. And when I saw it, I'm like, oh, so this is bullshit. That's what this is. The game does have outcomes for no option. They just didn't there. Wait, really? But see, the worst part about that is if you have a forced option point that happens, like that happened to me, that taught me to never just leave it alone again and not make a choice. Because I knew, or I assumed, that would always force a choice later on. I didn't even know that there's apparently, from what you're saying, there are some where you can choose to not do anything. That's a big mistake, because then you're setting that precedent for somebody in their head like, oh shit, now I have to make some choice. Because they'll never try the not choosing option again, because they'll just get screwed out of a choice, or they think they will. But yeah, so she just does a lot of stuff without thinking. She's portrayed in a way that makes it feel like she's supposed to be like a good person. So I guess that's the approach to her character. But the way she acts is a little contrary to that. Yeah, was there... I know in Walking Dead games, they did say like silence is a viable option. I didn't see that in this one though. And also usually in Walking Dead, there'd be like a ... Like literally like you just don't say anything. And which I don't think I saw here. Or I can't remember. Oh god, Invisigal. It would be perfect just to stick them in the same fucking rank. Because they deserve each other. When they had the bit at the end where she's like, I hope you know that even though I tried to vote your ass out at some point, I always believed in you or whatever. And then they hold hands and they squeeze their hands. It's like, no, how about you guys hook up? And then I hook up with someone else that actually treats me remotely fairly. Wait, Tumblr users ship them anyway? Okay, you know what? Perfect. I think Invisigal, for me, came on a little too strong at the beginning. Like, that is a very specific personality, which I could see like a mile away. She's gonna be a complete fucking bitch at the first half, and then something's gonna happen that'll warm her up a little bit, and she'll be like, oh, maybe I don't have to be such a big bitch. And then either she comes around or she gets worse and then gets better, like whatever. There's that, you see that character type like all the time. Yeah, the tsundere. Exactly. I don't like you, Baka. Punch. I don't like that type. So I would never normally hook up like in one of these games with somebody like that. So it's like, that's a fail for me. But I did like how when she was becoming a better person eventually, like she has that additional kind of trauma that she finally starts opening up about. And when she can do that, then I like her. The only problem is that's like halfway through the game. So it's, you know. Yeah, I needed more from her. They were starting to give me more and then the game was over. So it's like, I am hoping that they have like a season 2 or something so we get to expand more on this stuff now that they've started to open up, you know? I am also glad that apparently I picked an outcome where she wasn't the one that made the decisive strike on Shroud, because I saw some of that and I'm like, oh shit, that would have pissed me off. I wanted to kill him myself. So yeah, she's all right. I just think she clearly feels like if I had to pick a canon romance in this thing, it doesn't feel like it's Blonde Blazer. It feels like it was definitely meant to be Invisigal. Like, absolutely, I would bet money on that shit. Does anyone want to guess how many dispatch fics total there are? Oh, there's got to be a lot. Even though it hasn't been out very long. No, there's more than that for, like, some of the character pairings. How about... Well, Red Jack said 10,000. I have to say... It hasn't been that long. Damn it! Under 10k? Okay. 8,500. 8,500. I was just gonna say give it time, because it's like, it's only been out for, what, like a month? 2 months? Oh, that little... I'm surprised it's not more. Yeah. So, she's fine now by the end of the game, but, like, she annoyed the shit out of me initially. And it's funny because it's like half the time Robert didn't want to rise to her, which was great, because she just gets more pissy because she has this idealized version of him in her head that he is obviously not. Like that weird wet dream she had about like him going down on her and stuff. And like you see him in practice and he's just like a fucking wreck most of the time of a person. It's like, that's not the same guy. Get the fuck out of here. You're imagining some other dude. Also, somebody made a funny point. What was I watching? I was watching some video. Oh, maybe, was it the Twilight video? I was watching that, maybe it was that video where they were saying like, no girl is gonna tell a dude like that in the bathroom, like, oh, I had a dream about you fucking me, or whatever. That's such like a TV movie, like, unrealistic fucking thing. It's like, definitely written by somebody that they themselves have maybe that fantasy that some girl would tell them that, like, oh, I totally dreamed about you, you know, doing stuff with me. Unless they were trolling you, you know, just to try to get a rise out of you or something. Malevola was the only character. I would also probably romance Malevola. She seemed perfectly, ironically, perfectly normal compared to everybody else. All right, Golem. Golem. Would it be weird to he's just kind of nothing so much of the time. He has a couple really good moments. Like, obviously when he protects Robert, obviously when you see a little bit more of his personality with stuff, but he's kind of like nothing. Most of the time. Like, he's just kind of there for like, oh, I'm the big guy. I'm the big guy in the room. Like, I almost want to have him go up one a little bit, like in between. If there was a way to put them in between. The most popular fic is Robert Fanbay. Because it's one of the most popular, like, combos is the enemies to lovers, you know? Like, they hate each other so much they want to kill each other, but then they can't live without each other, like, 2 weeks later. Like, people love that shit. So it's very obvious. When I saw them have that little tiff, that argument in the gym room when they were doing weightlifting, it's like, come on, there's something there. Get out of here. Prism's pretty good. Prism is funny. I would give her at least B. I want to give her A. Her songs are funny as shit. You almost want like a decent rank for the bitch you've blonde forever. Like, she's just really funny and sassy. I think I'll drop, I think I'll bump her to an A. Because, like, there were a bunch of times I was laughing at the shit that she said, honestly. Solid character, like, even in terms of her powers. Like, the doubles and stuff. Like, Golem and her are really good with their doubles. But she also has like a few other things kind of going for her as well. Don't threaten me like you butter knife bitch. Yeah, she's really funny. I think that she deserves an A. Punch Up. You know what's funny? Because I was talking about this with Joe. I was talking about this. Like, out of these characters, who would you be able to like hang out with? Kind of, you know, like actually hang out with. I would totally be friends with Punch Up. I'm sure. I'd probably be friends with Punch Up, Malevola, Royd. Trying to think here. Maybe Flambe loosely. We wouldn't be like close, but he would probably hang around in the same circles. And maybe just Phenomenon because he would be like a project. I'd be like, I can help you. I can totally help you, and we'll hang out. But those would be like the solid ones. So I think he's a good, solid, kind of middle of the road character. I feel like he could shine later, like if we have more of him in like a season 2 or something. He just kind of didn't do too much, but he also wasn't like offensive. Yeah, he's fine. Yeah, he's kind of like mid-range, like here, I would say, basically. He's pretty good. Flambe. Flambe is such a little bitch, but I kind of love that. Like, I would never fucking hang out with him, like, aside from, again, being in the same circle, the same friend circles. But, he's so prickly that it's really funny to watch. Like, he's so bitchy about stuff. But what's best is, unlike Invisigal, where she's like the story's darling, and like nothing, you know, everything happens kind of around, like everything orbits around her. He usually gets like his comeuppance pretty often. So it's funny to see him be a little bitch, then, you know, fuck around and find out, and then have to deal with the repercussions and stuff. Like, that's funny. Yeah, he's a fun guy to watch. That's a good metaphor. Let me just borrow this one. Yeah, so he's really funny. He's got that really interesting backstory with Robert, which is, of course, why everyone sees the little potential for pairings. And he also has interesting character development, because he's pretty much a villain, at least if you believe the flashback stuff. But like by the end of it, it's like he's made some good strides to like be better. And it's not an easy process, because even he admits it's like, you know, maybe I have to punch you in the face once a month, you know, until I get this out of my system. So it's like it's a bit more realistic, of a begrudging change for the better. Not super good, but like you could tell he's on the way there. Royd, I think, is he an A or an S? He's really good. The only downside is he doesn't get to be a hero. I think maybe S. He's a cool support character. He's just very likable. I really wish he would have been able to like be persuaded to take Robert up on the offer of like becoming a hero. I would have a hard time forgiving someone who cut off 2 of my fingers, but he meant... Yeah, that's true. Like, that's understandably something that you'd have a chip on your shoulder for a while, but it's like, you did reasonably well, all things considered. Maybe he's had some time to get used to not having those fingers. Because that was a while ago. Malevola, I feel like, is an S to me. I don't know if she is actually an S to other people, but I like her a lot. She's very even-tempered. She can be a little bitey sometimes with her wisecracks to people, but it's never as obnoxious as like Invisigal's stuff. And for the most part, she's pretty supportive and like, I don't know. I would have wanted her to be a possible romance option, personally. But for whatever reason, they didn't want to... well, not for whatever reason. It's because they probably wanted to make this easy enough for themselves to just have the 2 options. What would be cool, and I would buy the DLC, is if they had a romance DLC where like they added into the main story the ability to romance somebody else, you know? Sure, I don't care. Make it the same story, but just have the add-on, you know, dialogue branches of being able to romance somebody for that story, please. I remember an interaction between her and Prism. She said that she'd make sure Chase would go. Oh yeah, like somehow she'd be able to ensure that like he was taken care of, and then Prism's like, that's kind of freaking me out. Yeah, what are you? I remember that. Oh god, Shroud. For as tough as Shroud is, I think he's kind of a basic bitch. I kind of put him in C just because he's an interesting villain image-wise. He's got the cool hood and the imposing mask, but when you take all that stuff off, he's just a little bitch. He was all pissy because Robert's dad didn't live up to whatever his promises are, but he took it in such a little resentful way where it's like, oh, I'm just gonna convert all the villains to my side, because it's like Syndrome from like fucking The Incredibles. Like, oh, you didn't play ball with me, so now nobody plays ball with me ever. And it's funny because when he's, at least in the choice I had, where he started puking his guts out because he put the wrong what do you call it? Atlas? No. The fuck? The device. Robert's device. When he puts the wrong one in his head and everyone starts puking and stuff, he just reveals like, oh, he's just a dumb dude like everybody else. It's when you slough off all those the bravado layers, he's just a little weenie. Shroud had one of the funniest dialogue. Oh yeah, he's like, what the fuck is this, Robert? They look fucking identical, Robert. Like, he actually has the irritation come through. He just makes him look like, oh, well, this is what wasn't according to plan. Like, he's kind of interesting as a concept. I do think, like, having the one guy somehow able to take on everybody in the group is kind of still unrealistic. Like, how strong... That's the one thing that I was like, this is breaking a little bit for me, because it's the same monster robot that he's in, with the same material, but for some reason nobody can dent it or damage it or whatever initially, but then suddenly, just because he doesn't super precognitively, you know, expect all of their attacks, now they can suddenly cut through his arms and stuff? How did they not cut through his arms before? It was, you know, like, what was stopping them aside from, like, I don't know. Yeah, it has a clear weak spot. Like, there was some of that where it's like, the story was being a little too generous and saying like, oh, he's super unbeatable. But like, I just kept feeling like, no, like, it's one of those, it's like the reverse Batman plot armor, but for the bad guy, where it's like, he just gets to win until the story says otherwise, as opposed to some other stories where it feels like legitimately he was always 2 steps ahead of everybody until he wasn't. Like, there was less of that in this case, which is why I'm dropping him to a C. Waterboy. I'm sure for some people, Waterboy is an S tier. I think he's a B for me, personally. But I think it's also because I have a little bit of an issue of, like, personality types that are a little too, like, you know, like, not that he stammers, but the back and forth. Nebbish? Is that the actual description? He's too... Is mealy-mouthed a description, or does that mean something else? Yeah, maybe nebbish is, I guess, the description. Like, my personality type has a hard time with people that can't kind of, like, pick a lane. He's funny, like, for some moments. Yeah, indecisive... Like, it's indecisive is fine to a point, but then you do need to eventually make a choice. And I feel like even all the way up until the end, like, he got better, but he still didn't quite get over that stuff. and I feel like there should have been enough opportunities for him to, like, by the end of even this season, for him to at least stop some of the stammering more. I don't know. I just feel like he didn't advance enough for me personally. But I like the concept, and what a weird power where you're just leaking. You're just leaking all the time. It's like, I can't, I'm not even going to start thinking about how people are shipping that. Like, it's probably gross. It's gross. Like, it's water, right? Is it like pure water? Or I don't know. Yeah, I guess I do know how they're shipping it. I'm gonna pour some more. Anyway, but like as a character type, he's fine. I thought that Joel Haver did a really good job, like with the voice. Like he seemed legitimately like, you know, nebbish, I guess. Yeah, I kind of prefer Phenomenon as the villain. I think, so you get a scene during that last act where you had to bring in whoever you didn't recruit as the final piece. I think the Waterboy scene is better than the Phenomenon one. Because for the Waterboy one, it's like, you're encouraging him, like, this is the time you're going to do the thing, you know, you want to be a hero, right? As opposed to Phenomenon, where it's like, for some reason, they have him just hanging around eating melon. It's like, are you gonna, like, fucking do anything? Which is weird, because it seems very against his character, but I guess they had to think of something for why he's just sitting in there instead of fighting outside, you know, for you to recruit. Well, his stats are bad, but the concept is, if you had him from, like, if you recruited him, and you worked him up from then by the time you get towards the end game, he'd be pretty well built up, I think. But when you get him later, and his stats are low, then yeah, it is a little difficult. Oh shit! Hey, little squib! Welcome, Happy New Year! We're just finishing up our talk about Dispatch. Hopefully there's no spoilers for you guys. Sorry, let me type this out. How was your stream? Hope it was good. We had a whole kind of year in review for our for the games I played this year. So we're just doing a little tier list for Dispatch. If anybody that just came in and hasn't played the game, we're obviously talking spoilers, so just your gentle warning that spoilers are everywhere. What was I saying about Waterboy? Oh yeah, so his stats will be kind of garbage, but they get better if you, like, work on them. The one stat I don't like, but I think you can, like, advance him a bit to, like, remove it, is how he just assigns himself to stuff if he hasn't been picked for a while. Because it's like, get the fuck out of here. I don't want you on the team. That's why I didn't pick you for this thing. But yeah. Oh, nice. Katamari Damacy. There is a new one. My husband's been playing it. It's like on Steam. They just came out maybe this year. Look pretty cute. I mean, they all look like the same game to me, but the music's always good, and it's funny seeing little characters go ah and then just get rolled up. So I hope you had fun with that. All right, let's get to. I'm purposely moving this over. Joe probably rolling her eyes at this. Let's do Coop first. I like Coop a lot, but she is kind of a little one note, I would say. I'm trying to think. I wish she had more to do. I don't think she's as weird as, like, Sonar amongst the two, like, people that can be cut. She's fun. Like, this isn't to say that I don't like her. She doesn't seem to do very much. Like, I don't know. She's the quiet one. She's very reserved. She's very capable. But it also feels like because of a lot of that, she doesn't open up as much, and you don't know as many of her weirdness, like, elements as you do with other characters. All you know is that she's an assassin and she's good at it. And also, for some reason, she likes to put blood on her tacos. Her own blood. It's the weirdest fucking thing, but whatever. Well, you know what? Okay, maybe she's B. Because I do like her. I feel like this is the category for people. Well, shit, do I like Golem? Fuck. Do I put Golem in B? I feel like if I pull her to B, I need to pull Golem to B. He just doesn't do anything. No, I'm gonna keep it on C. Yeah, I was thinking about that. So like, the thing with her and Punch Up kind of saves it a bit because they got some interesting chemistry, previous history going on, which is very interesting to me. It's in one of the comics actually. So there's that. Yeah. Okay. Last but not least is Phenomenon, who I love. I know everyone's gonna get mad because I feel like I want to put him in S tier. This is the one I'm vetoing everybody's vote, and I'm gonna put him in S tier. I know. Didn't she have like kidnapping and extortion on her rap sheet? Yes. Oh. Well, who did she kidnap though? They don't say, do they? Yeah. This is not a democracy. This one time it's not. I was willing to hear arguments for everybody else. I love Phenomenon. He is apparently my type. Funny and stupid. But I mean, Travis Willingham is like one of my favorite voice actors, so I was cursed already by him voicing Phenomenon. The stuff they make him do is so fucking funny. Like when he does the fake, when he does the commercial at the beginning of the game, where he doesn't know, he's visibly like looking at the cue cards when he's trying to like do his shitty wooden acting for the like that insurance commercial or whatever, and he has his hand on his hip and he keeps moving his hand because he doesn't know like where to fucking rest it. Like there's so much funny shit about like his mannerisms and like his being uncomfortable with trying to like act like a human or understand humans and stuff, which already is funny to me. And then his observations about the world are really funny. Like the thing where he spent like 2 minutes talking about opossums and how he's like looking up facts about them. And then he's like, they carry their children on their back like a bus. It's like, there's something like adorable about him just trying to figure out the world. And I've always been a sucker for like the stranger in a strange land kind of like trope. I need to hear Travis's outtakes. They're probably amazing. I really wish I could hear that. You know what, Valid? My only argument with this list is putting Flambe in S tier. Oh, because I didn't? He's pretty close to me. I just think like I need a little bit more of him. I think like I was pretty down on him at the beginning, but once we saw some of that backstory stuff, it saved it a lot for me and bumped him up. Yeah, I'm gonna make love to you now. The thing about like, just he doesn't understand like what human affection is, so he's like trying to imitate it. And it's like he wants to learn so bad. And he also seems like a genuinely like nice guy. When they're at the party and he's like hugging everybody and dancing and like he just wants to have somewhere to belong. And he's all on his own, basically. It made me wonder, like, aside from Blonde Blazer and maybe Robert, before I added him to the Z team, like, I don't think he knew anybody. He's just always on his own. So like part of that already slightly, because I can't help it, it kind of endeared me to him because it's like, oh, this dude just needs a friend. And like, you know, like you see him when he's depressed and he essentially turns into Harry Dubois for like a scene. Like he just needs support, you know? And when you provide him support, he opens up more. And it's like, I like the potential of that. I think it's cute. I wish I could have romanced him. Oh, what's funny, speaking of the romance, or lack thereof, when I was watching Uber Hacks Nova's stream, he also picked Phenomenon, and he picked also the option that told him that we kissed Blazer. And then when Phenomenon kissed Robert, he goes, oh, option C? And so, like, that became, like, a fucking meme for the rest of his streams. Wherever Phenomenon popped up, his chat, he keeps going, like, hey, option C! Option C! And then, like, get all the way to the end, he's like, what? Where's the romance? What the fuck? He was so upset that he couldn't actually romance Phenomenon. I was like, yes, he gets it. Option C. It's hard for me. It's like, not that I'm like one of those people that always tries to take like that kind of case, you know, like under my wing, but like I feel for those kinds of characters, and so I'm always soft for that kind of thing. I find it funny that Phenomenon had permanent depression debuff for the entire game. Well, you can remove that, but then the thing is, that means he's medicated, and then when he's medicated, he can't fly. I don't know why. Not safe to fly and medicate at the same time. But then, who was it? Joe Crazyface or somebody was saying, like, isn't that kind of fucked up? Just force him to take meds? But, I mean, like, maybe if it helps him out? I don't know. Why does anybody else take medication? I never picked that option because I didn't want to lose the ability to fly. Maybe that's more selfish. Phenomenon, I command you to fly, so that means you cannot be medicated. Sorry. Just try not to be depressed. So yeah. It's a very top-heavy list here. It's not the worst, though. I don't love depression being used as a game handicap and pills being a solution to have it all be a gag. Yeah. I mean, there's also, like, if they do bring these characters back for, like, a second season, I would like a little bit of nuance with some of these guys. Like, there is also, if we're talking about tropey stuff, like, some of the gags, even that they use for him, it's like, oh, because he doesn't understand stuff, so let's make him say a bunch of stupid things, which some of them are funny, and other ones are like, maybe it's too much. like they're a little low-hanging fruit, if you know what I mean, like the stuff that they would have him say. And I would like to have it be a little more nuanced and show that, like, through this process he maybe is starting to understand a little bit more about, like, human culture and proto-culture and other, you know, non-alien things, and like actually evolving from it rather than kind of stagnating as like the joke character that just, me no understand humans, you know, like a caveman lawyer. But yeah, I do hope they'll make another season. Unfortunately, I think the next thing they're doing is like a Critical Role game. Well, I say unfortunately. Not that I don't like Critical Role, but I selfishly would like more Dispatch before the Critical Role stuff, because I feel like as soon as they do Critical Role, it's like they're probably just gonna not stop doing Critical Role until it's like not profitable anymore or something, because that shit is just such a money wagon, you know, for so many things. I hope they would show growth in his understanding, because it's so over the top what he doesn't understand. Yeah, well, that's exactly what I mean, Joe. It's like there's some things where it kind of makes sense that like he just wouldn't get it, and then there's other ones that okay, this is the joke option, where it's so ridiculous of what he's saying that like is he not getting it, or is he actually just making a joke about not getting it? So like I would like him to get a little like smarter about that kind of thing. The art style is amazing. I absolutely hope they continue to do this. It's sort of like when old Telltale kind of hit it big with their initial design, and then they kind of wore out their welcome after every game they made kept having the same style. But like, it's a very recognizable, distinct style. It looks, all the character designs look great. And it really works well in making this universe feel like its own distinct universe. We already have so much Critical Role stuff. That's what I'm thinking, Squib. Like, I've been watching Mighty Nine. It's really good. Actually, in some ways, it's almost a little bit better than Vox Machina animated series. And, you know, they're still going strong with their campaigns and stuff, but it's like, it's such an all-encompassing thing. It's like, you give it an inch, it takes like a fucking mile, because people want it. Like, and I understand, because people want it, they would want to prioritize that. But like, I hope they realize like people really want Dispatch too. And it's kind of gotten a frenzy in a relatively short amount of time, which I would hope maybe kind of bumps up the priority a bit. I don't know. More understanding leads to more exploitation, better gags. That would, yes. When that doesn't happen, it just evolves into cheap NBC friend and cast writing. Yeah. So like, maybe if it shows that like he understands a certain level of stuff now, and because he knows that, he wants to build on it by like trying to think more complicated thoughts about stuff, and then you see like the thought process, because like the writers clearly look or sound like they're good enough to do something more nuanced with it. So I'd like to see them challenge themselves with that. The only Critical Role stuff I've watched is Vox Machina. Yeah, no, that's the one I was talking about. So on Prime they have Vox Machina, which I think is like 3 seasons. And then they just finished the first season of Mighty Nine, which I just watched yesterday, which is really good. I feel like they learned a lot of lessons from making making Vox Machina, and they made Mighty Nine, like the intro to the characters and stuff, like a lot stronger actually than the Vox Machina was. Also, if he does get to be a love interest, please have him show growth so it doesn't feel like he's a child. Yeah. Yeah. That's why I was saying, like, probably too much information, but I was like, you know, if there's gonna be all these fanfics, if they're not gonna actually do anything with these characters in another season or not adding a romance, I think I'm gonna have to take some action into my own hands and like write something which I will not show anybody else. Like, come on, give the dude a chance to grow or something. Plus willing to hear the actors out on their own characters. I mean, one of the actors. So the lady that does Coop is one of the writers. I'm pretty sure. I don't think the other ones are, but she definitely is. So that's always good. I'm not leaking a fanfic. You got to find it somewhere if I ever release it. I haven't even written it yet. I just have a bunch of notes on a Google Doc. I'm like, do I even want to do this? I don't know. I haven't written in a very long time. I am a super procrastinator when it comes to writing. Like, I can't get I have to be like so focused and not distracted by any fucking thing on the sidelines. It's very hard. Anyway. All right, we did it. We did a full wrap-up. Oh my god. We went through a lot of stuff in a relatively short amount of time. I'm almost tired. I mean, can't even talk normally. It's somewhat late, and I've just been blabbing nonstop for like over 4 hours. Francis Dentist Fanworks, have you already registered Toothfic? No. Oh my god, no more teeth. That's gonna be one of those deep cuts where everyone else is like, what? What about teeth? Learning guitar? How hard is it to learn guitar? I tried on 3 separate occasions in my life to learn piano, and I always kind of crapped out somewhere in the middle. So it's like, I guess I've never learned that properly. I've been trying to finish the same book for a year. Dude, you've written like a bazillion times more than me, though, and much higher quality. So you're on another plane of existence, practically. Piano is always taught rote. I despise that style. Is there a better way to teach it? I don't know. I just did like the lessons in school, basically. I don't know. Oh, shit. I didn't realize we're in an ad break. Well, okay. So that's the year in review for our stream, my stream. I hope you guys enjoyed. We got some fun stuff on the horizon. As always, more Bad Movie Mondays. I don't think I'm going to stop that anytime soon unless we somehow run out of stuff. We're going to have a bunch of Resident Evil stuff for the first 2 months because we're building up to Resident Evil 9's release. So I'm going to try to... I'm looking at my calendar. I'm going to try to see if I can get stuff squared away to start Resident Evil 5 this Saturday. We'll see how many streams that takes. Then we'll move into Resident Evil 7, which I'm very nervous about because I'm going to be a little bitch and scream every 2 seconds. And then Resident Evil 8, and then 9, of course. And then I'm sure we're going to have a bunch of stuff this year to play. It's going to be a lot coming out. You ever think about playing Witcher games? Yes. Somebody mentioned that I could just actually start with Witcher 3. Is that true? I have it. I should probably fill it in at some point to play. I just need to find the right time to do it. Yeah, I used to do way more tier lists, and they just kind of fell off just because I probably forgot. Or usually when I would finish a game, it would be pretty late and I'd be tired. So I'd just be like, okay, let's see on the stream. But yeah. No, 5 and 7, I know 5 and 7 are extremely different, but that's fine. That's totally fine. We've already played 6, so we know how that's gonna culminate. We did do the demo for 7, so I'm aware of like the tonal shift, and I'm a little concerned. I got scared a bunch of times just in the demo. I need to man up. I need to not get scared. Or, you know what? Fuck it. I'll say that now and I still get scared. I can't stop it. It'll be fun though, I'm sure. Witcher 3 does reference previous games, but there must be a 10-minute refresher video. Yeah, you know what? That's true. If I can find a good one, yeah, I'll try to work that in at some point. Be a lot of stuff to play. I need to also look at some kind of roadmap of everything that's coming out this year and when, so I could properly plan, like, because most of the time I don't play the game right when it comes out, because I like to give a week or two, so like, let everybody else play it, get it out of their systems, so there's no spoilers for people, and then when I play it, you don't have to worry about like, oh, I haven't finished it yet, or whatever. So yeah, I usually give it a week or two, and then I play it. So I'll try to do that with every game that I have on my upcoming list, but I need to see what else is. There's a bunch of stuff coming out in like the second half of the year though. So maybe we'll do some either retro stuff or some older stuff before that. We'll see how things go. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna go fall asleep in like 10 seconds. But I hope you guys enjoyed. I hope you guys will have an amazing 2026. Cross fingers for everybody, for everyone. let's all cross our fingers for a prosperous and optimistic new year. Calling it now, GTA 6 is game of the year. People are already like, having that as the most anticipated game on the Game Awards is so ridiculous, because of course that one's gonna win. People have been waiting for this game for a literal decade or more than a decade. Full of optimism and Prosecco. Nice. Yeah. Anyway. Oh, I can switch cams for this. Have a great night. Have an amazing new year. I'll see you guys Saturday at 8 p.m. Pacific. We'll be playing Resident Evil 5. Until then, have a good rest of your week, and take care.